the Income Tax Department at the offices of BBC, both in Delhi and Mumbai. It's a survey. We're told that the tax officials arrived there to conduct a survey. Income tax officials landed at the BBC office at around 11:30 this morning at Kasturba Gandhi Marg offices to conduct a survey. The phones of some of the journalists have been taken away, is what we've been told at this point. Now, it's interesting, this comes just a month after the huge controversy over a documentary series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots. And remember, there was action taken by the government to ensure that this was not shown in India. It was removed from YouTube and Twitter as well. And just a few days after that, you have these surveys taking place. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, at this point, what do we know about this survey that is taking place by the IT department at the BBC offices?
Well, as you are well aware, and this is according to income tax authorities, they are on record to say that there is a survey being conducted. It's not a search operation. This is about alleged irregularities that have taken place, as well as some concealment. And it's in that backdrop that they are doing a survey of the BBC organization here in New Delhi, as well as across India, wherever they are based, to ensure that that survey will be able to find out if there has been any irregularities in that context. Of course, as you rightly pointed out, it comes in the context of that documentary that has been put out across from BBC World across the world, but not in India. And also after the Supreme Court had rejected an organization asking for BBC to be banned and for an NIA operation to be conducted over the documentary after the Supreme Court dismissed it. It's in that backdrop that today we have the income tax authorities now conducting a survey against BBC, which, as you are well aware, is the British Broadcasting Corporation, and it's an important voice for various people across the world, and it's quite prestigious. And it's in this backdrop that it comes straight after those incidents that have taken place, as I spoke about the documentary that has been telecast across the world, except in India, and it's been banned in India. And it's in the same the same context.
Sunil, if we take a look at the optics of this, I mean, BBC is the national broadcaster of the UK, and this is their office here. And the allegation that is being made is to do with taxation, that the taxmen are carrying out this survey over international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities. So that is what we're being told right now through sources.
Well, that's as I said, certain irregularities that have taken place. So that's the reason why they would like to do it. Of course, as you pointed out, the optics is for everybody to make a conjuncture or to look and to decide for themselves. You have to place the dots accordingly. But I'm not going to go beyond that stage than to say what the income tax authorities have said. They're saying it's not a raid, it's not a search, it's a survey. How you put it, whatever way you want to do it, the fact that people's phones are not being allowed to be used, that you are conducting in a media organization with international repute a search operation, a survey operation, definitely in the aftermath of what has happened in a documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is for everybody to say. But the fact of the matter is that this is definitely something that will definitely have huge repercussions, both within the country as well as internationally. We have had the Congress party respond to those raids that have taken place as news came of the survey operation being undertaken by the income tax authorities against the BBC.
Right, and Sunil, it's interesting. Just today, you had Home Minister Amit Shah giving this long interview to ANI, in which he also spoke about the BBC documentary. And he says, you know, the truth emerges despite 1,000 conspiracies around it. He said that they are after Modi since 2002, but every time Modi ji comes out stronger and more popular. So the Home Minister just, you know, addressed those concerns. We know the opposition had hit out over, the blocking of the docu-series here in India. And just on that same day, you have this survey taking place at the BBC office.
That's right. It's in that context that the surveys are taking place. It's interesting to see how this entire operation is underwent. Everybody is kind of surprised because it's falling into place. Though, as I said, the income tax authorities have been consistent to say that these are not raids. These are survey operations that are taking place. And this is definitely not a search operation. This is about looking into certain irregularities of the BBC World's accounts. And it's in that backdrop that they are going and
Right.
really analyzing all the data.
All right, so thanks, Sunil. We'll come back to you for more. And there you can see those visuals outside the BBC office. The media is there, obviously covering this big breaking news. As we said, BBC is the UK national broadcaster. Let's go across to Arvind for more. Arvind, what do we know at this point? IT, sources at great pains to say that this is not a raid or searches. This is simply a survey to do with some international taxation issue.
Yeah, on a technical term, they input that they have got over alleged irregularities in international in between BBC India. And based on that, they have gone to check the account books to look into the account books of what kind of transactions that have taken place between UK, BBC UK. But keeping that technical, put it simply in a simple term, that the income tax officials or at the office of BBC in both Delhi and in Mumbai are asking for the executives of BBC India to show the account books, to look into the balance sheets and account books of BBC for alleged irregularities that the agency is sensing or agency has found based on their preliminary investigation. So in a survey operation, they cannot seize anything, and that's very clear. Right. And then it has to be confined to the office hours between 10:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. So, and that's why we did see this particular operation beginning at around 11:30 or 11:15 a.m. at New Delhi office of
right.
BBC.
Arvind, just stay on with us. We're joined by Supreme Court lawyer Sanjay Hegde on the phone line with us. Sir, your reaction to this news coming in? It is a survey that tax officials are carrying out at the BBC office in Delhi and in Mumbai.
They're entitled to take a survey. Having said that, I do think that this kind of survey, or whoever has ordered it, has done a disservice to the government of the day and to the country at large. At the end of the day, the BBC is a British taxpayer-funded organization. It is extremely unlikely that they would be falling short of compliances with the local laws wherever they operate. But they're entitled to surveys, so please go ahead. I would not venture to speculate
Sure.
what the worldwide headlines will look like.
No, absolutely, because as we were discussing on NDTV earlier, the optics of this, the fact that this is the national broadcaster of the United Kingdom and the allegation or the complaint against them, what is being looked into is some sort of, legal issue, some sort of taxation, international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities. But given the timing coming so soon after BBC was in a massive controversy in India over their docu-series.
Absolutely. You must remember that during the emergency, there was a time when Mark Tully of the BBC was banned and he was not allowed to operate in India. The optics did not end well at that time. I do not know now, in a more globalized world, where the optics will take it.
Right, and Sanjay Hegde, while they're saying that this is simply a survey, what we also know is that the mobile phones of some of the journalists have been taken away at the offices, and this is taking place in Delhi and Mumbai. So if it's a simple survey, if they've just come there to, look at some of their ledgers and accounts, etc., how does one explain the fact that some of the phones have been taken away?
Well, during a survey operation, the income tax authorities do have quite a bit of latitude, and they may be asked later on to justify what they have done. But currently, I'm sure that they are operating within all parameters of the law that exists.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. With that, Sanjay Hegde, senior advocate of the Supreme Court, they're talking about the optics. He says he doesn't want to jump to any, link anything or jump to any sort of conclusions, but that this is a disservice to the government and to the image of India to have the UK national broadcaster, being subjected to some sort of questions and survey in this manner. And as we've been pointing out, this comes, soon after the BBC has been in a massive controversy in India. This was over the two-part docu-series that the BBC had done called India, the Modi Question, which was taken down from all public platforms in India last month. And on January 21st, the centre has used emergency powers under the IT Rules 2021 directed blocking multiple YouTube videos and Twitter posts that shared links to the controversial documentary. So this comes soon after that. And you have this survey taking place. So what we can tell you, what we know at this point, now this is happening in both Delhi and in Mumbai. You have income tax officials at the offices of the BBC in Delhi, and they have said that this is to do with allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. BBC, as we said, of course, is the British Broadcasting Corporation, and it is the national broadcaster of the United Kingdom. And it has offices, as we know, all over the world. And it's a much respected organization, one of the world's oldest broadcasters, national broadcasters. And now you have this survey taking place by IT officials. The phones of some of the journalists working at that office have also been seized. Well, let's go across to Sohit now for more. And Sohit, a similar action is happening in Mumbai as well. What do we know so far?
Well, that's right. If we talk about Mumbai, Garge, actually there are two BBC offices in Mumbai. One is the BBC production house, BBC Studios, which deals with the production, and the other is the BBC News. Now, viewers need to remember that in Mumbai and Maharashtra, there is also a regional version of BBC known as BBC Marathi, which usually functions from its Bandra office. However, as of now, the searches is going on at the BBC Studios, which usually, as I said, deals with production. And as per the latest details that we have, the IT department is looking at documents related to the business operations of the company and those related to its India arm. And as a part of the survey, the department is covering the business premises of the company. And that's why the searches are going on at the BBC production house, which is in Kalina area of Mumbai. Now, the timing of the same is being questioned because, as we know, that recently a documentary was released after which this searches is going on. But yes, what we can say regarding the Mumbai is that there are two BBC offices present, and the office which is present in Kalina, which mostly deals with the production, the BBC production, that is the office that is currently being searched by the officials who are present there. And this is going on for the last few minutes in the Kalina area in Mumbai.
All right. So the search is taking place at the BBC office in Mumbai as well. As Sohit was telling us, there are two offices and one of those offices there as well. These searches are taking place. Let's go across to Saurabh Shukla now for more. And Saurabh, what are you hearing from your sources? And at this point, it's to do with some sort of international tax issue is what we're being told.
That's what we've been told by our sources in Income Tax Department, Gaji. Around 11:20, between 11:15 and 11:20, a team of 20 officials of Income Tax Department, they have entered the BBC office, which is near to Connaught Place area at Kasturba Gandhi Marg. And they asked all the employees who were there at that time in BBC office, they asked all of them to submit their phones and their laptops to the income tax department officials. The employees were told not to leave the office premises till the time their survey gets over. And then they moved towards the finance department of BBC. They've sought all the balance sheets, the certificate documents related to financial transactions from the BBC. And the BBC India editorial head, Rupa Jha, she was not present at the office that time. She was also called in office. She is also there now, and they are asking about several transactions, the balance sheets, and the rent receipts, and all financial documents they are looking for. And they've clearly told officials not to leave the BBC premises, not to speak with anyone outside officially or unofficially. That is why BBC has advised its employees who are not in office today, they are working from home or they are on field, not to speak with other media outlets or give any statements to the media. Definitely, what Sohib was also pointing out, the timing of this survey is being questioned. Congress is already raising question regarding this the IT survey. Jairam Ramesh has spoken to media about it. We all know the controversy related to Gujarat Rice documentary. Few links were blocked by INB ministry. So that is also a question. And we all know that few right-wing groups also protested at BBC office in Delhi, asking government to ban BBC from India. So definitely timing is being questioned. So as of now, the information we have so far from our sources, that team of 20 IT officials, they are inside. They are seeking documents related to financial transactions. As you've said, that IT sources are indicating that the matter is related to international taxation and pricing irregularities. That's what they are saying. They are saying that it is a survey. We have to wait for an official statement from IT that they have indicated this, and definitely Congress is already saying it is a violation of freedom of speech because BBC broadcasted that documentary which is against PM Modi. That is why central government is doing this with BBC. The timing is being questioned, and this is going to raise several questions as well. The employees of BBC, they are inside. Their phones, their laptops are with the income tax department. They've advised, they've asked, strictly asked, let me put it this way, strictly asked not to leave office premises. IT department has strictly asked them not to speak with anyone outside the BBC office regarding this IT survey. Gargi.
Right, interesting. So the reporters too, the journalists, they're also being, asked not to go out, whereas this is supposed to be something to do with their, tax issues. The BBC India head also summoned, and this survey taking place, as, Sanjay Hegde, who was speaking to a short while ago, said this is, this is a disservice to the government of India, and it's going to be an embarrassment for the country, given that BBC is UK's national broadcaster and one of the oldest national broadcasters in the world.
Absolutely, it's going to raise the questions, and after that documentary also, now opposition will also raise these questions. Already civil society people, they are asking this question from BBC, as Sanjay Hegde clearly said, because the documentary issue also went to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court did not give any relief regarding the sort of organization they were saying the documentary should be banned in India, but that did not happen. And this whole thing, a lot of people are saying that it is an attack against the freedom of speech, and this is not the first time it is happening within a media organization. We all know in past also there were income tax surveys in other media outlets as well, and that time also our opposition spoke in the same tone. So we still don't know, because BBC financial matters, they are saying it is UK's national broadcaster. It is going to involve other international authorities as well. What input income tax department has. So these are all questions we will ask if we get to speak with any of our IT sources. But as of now, they have indicated to one thing, that they are doing this survey to find out what are the irregularities regarding international taxation and pricing. So there are few irregularities regarding that, and they have sealed the BBC office. They have sealed the finance department of BBC office. They are seeking all the documents related to transactions of BBC, their balance sheet, their documents to income tax department, to other several official places in UK as well. So it is going to be very important what official reaction BBC gives after this survey. As of now, BBC has asked and advised to all its employees not to speak with media, as advised by Income Tax Department. And Income Tax BBC has already also advised their employees to work from home, not to come to office till the time this survey gets over. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with all those details. So that's the big breaking news we're bringing to you right now. Income tax officials arrived this morning at the BBC offices in both Delhi and Mumbai for searches. That's what we're being told. It's to do with tax irregularities. So they arrived there for searches. However, the mobile phones of many of the journalists there were seized, and they've been asked to stay put and not make any statements. And this comes weeks after the huge controversy involving BBC, UK's national broadcaster, over a docu-series that they had made on Prime Minister Modi, as well as allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots that took place at the time when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Remember, the government has not allowed screening of this docu-series called India, the Modi Question. It was taken down from public platforms with using emergency powers under the IT Rules Act, and it was blocked in multiple YouTube videos, and Twitter posts were blocked which shared this documentary. Opposition leaders and student organizations had called it censorship, and students even organized screenings, and there was action taken against them. But now this raises questions as to why IT officials, why this action of sorts taking place against BBC with what we're being told right now. It's a survey, and it's to do with some sort of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities. So this survey taking place at BBC offices in Delhi and in Mumbai. So IT officials are there, and earlier, as we said, the government had blocked this series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the 2002 Gujarat riots. And this comes after the huge controversy involving BBC in India. In fact, this action by many is also being welcomed. However, as others have pointed out, it will be something that will be internationally looked at. The fact that IT officials arriving at the offices of the British Broadcasting Corporation office in Delhi and Mumbai for these ostensibly for searches coming weeks after the controversy regarding the BBC docu-series here in India. We'll slip into a short break and return with more. Stay with us.
Brought to you by... Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with
Hello and welcome. Our hearts are more than emoji confessionals and construction paper creations. They are fist-sized engines that power the human body. Problems with the heart affect the entire body. No wonder then that heart disease is such an important public health issue. Heart disease is the leading cause of death worldwide, claiming an estimated 17.9 million lives each year. Up to 50% of all cardiac deaths due to cardiovascular disease occur in people who have no history or any kind of symptom of heart disease. Cardiac emergencies can occur at any time and at any age. Sudden cardiac arrest and heart attack are such emergencies. Even young adults suffer from sudden cardiac death due to their sedentary and stressful lifestyle. Without CPR, that's the immediate recognition, and CPR, the chance of survival decreases significantly with every minute that passes without life-saving measures. It has been proven that bystander CPR improves the rate of survival by almost 50%. It's even more important if you have a loved one who has a history of cardiac disease, as research reports that the majority of cardiac arrests occur at home. CPR knowledge will equip you with the skill and the confidence needed to transform yourself from the role of a bystander to a lifesaver. Save a Life is an initiative through which people will be made aware of the early signs and symptoms of cardiac arrest so that patients can get to the hospital in time and also be trained on giving CPR if the need arises. Today we have with us eminent cardiologists who can help you understand sudden cardiac death and the role of CPR to revive and save a life. To begin with, we have Dr. Praveen Chandra, Chairman of Interventional and Structural Heart Cardiology, interventional cardiologist from Medanta, Medicity in Gurugram. We also have Dr. Preetam Kumar Chatterjee, Consultant Interventional Cardiologist from CNMCH in Kolkata, and Dr. N. Siva Kadaksham, Consultant Cardiologist, Siva's Cardio Diabetic Care Clinic in Chennai. Thank you so much and welcome to the show. Let me begin my first question and take it to Dr. Chandra. Atrial fibrillation is a very common type of heart rhythm problem. What is it exactly and what causes atrial fibrillation? Dr. Chandra.
Okay. So thank you very much, Divya. I think this is a very important question because home care, as you were already telling, is the first thing we have to do or encounter when a problem happens. So atrial fibrillation or irregularity of the heartbeat, because as you all know that the heart beats at a regular rate from birth till death, and generally the rate ranges between 60 to 100. In this situation, which commonly happens in elderly age groups, in patients who have diabetes, in patients who have high blood pressure, in patients who have heart blockages or heart diseases, this thing can happen. And in this situation, the heart starts beating chaotically. As you can understand, it becomes very irregular, very chaotic, very fast. And that, if that continues to happen, then the heart cannot tolerate and the pumping power of the heart becomes low. So that means it needs to be treated very quickly. And we have to recognize this problem. So if somebody has a feeling of bumping in the heart or palpitations, this needs to be checked. The pulse rate needs to be checked. And this is diagnosed by doing a ECG testing. And most of these people, as I already said, and it also happens whenever there is an acute problem, like somebody has a infection or in the hospital for some other illnesses, this heart can become irregular. And also in the end, I can tell you, it's also known as a holiday heart syndrome, which means when people drink too much on weekends or they drink excessively, this kind of irregularity of the heartbeat can happen.
Right. Let me take my next question to Dr. Siva Kadaksham. The cardiovascular diseases that have now become the leading cause of mortality in India, why are Indians more prone to cardiovascular disease?
That's a wonderful thing. Which predispose you to heart attack. Conventionally, all over the world, it is said that tobacco usage, diabetes, hypertension, obesity, high cholesterol, and all these things. But if you look at the epidemiology, Indians are at a higher rate of mortality and morbidity from cardiovascular diseases. This has been going on as a research for the past 40 years, especially by a person of Indian origin by name Professor Enas, who is chairing the chair in Illinois for the incidence of coronary artery disease in South Asians. And he had found that we are more prone, 4 to 5 times more common than an American, 8 times more common than a Japanese, and 6 to 7 times more common than a Singaporean, and 4 to 5 times more common than a person who is living in UK. So what they did was they started selecting people who had settled in these foreign countries, Indians who have settled in foreign countries for more than 3 generations. That means their lifestyle and food habits would be almost similar to the country wherein they are living. And even after the 3rd generation, they had found the incidence of coronary artery disease is high, cardiovascular disease is high in Indian settlers. That means we are genetically predisposed, and some of the factors that he had found is what is called increase in homocysteine level, increase in LP little a, lipoprotein little a. These are the things that we are working on, that whether they are definitely, if controlling them will decrease the age of coronary artery disease in Indians is still a question mark. But another pattern in Indian patients is we get coronary artery disease, that is the heart attack, 10 years to 15 years earlier than a Westerner. So normally if the age for a heart attack is above 60, Indians get it between 40 to 60. And when we do an angiogram, we found that coronary arteries are also small and they have diffuse vessels. So the cardiovascular surgeons find it difficult to anastomose. And even after this, when you look at the results, the recurrence rate after an angioplasty and bypass surgery is also very high because the disease is very diffuse and in multi-levels.
Right. Let me take my next question to Dr. Chatterjee. What happens if you have an abnormal heart rate, abnormal heart rhythm? What is the most common serious heart rhythm abnormality? Dr. Chatterjee.
Thank you. Actually, abnormal heart rhythm means either it may be slow or it may be very fast. There are different types of symptoms and different types of outcome. In case of most dreaded is this high, fast and irregular heart rate, that is we all know as atrial fibrillation. Though it happens in atrial fibrillation, what happens is that the heart is beating at a very fast but irregular heart rate, so that the blood circulation cannot happen. So it actually leads to most commonly what is known as a stroke, because there is a blood clot, usually chances of development of blood clot in the heart, which may get dislodged and go into the brain and can cause a stroke. It is one of the most dreaded complications of atrial fibrillation. Also, in a long-standing atrial fibrillation, if patient is having permanent atrial fibrillation, then there is chances of development of heart failure that increases quite significantly in a patient than those who don't have an atrial fibrillation. And also, atrial fibrillation, this long-standing atrial fibrillation, this increases the chances of the sudden cardiac death. So atrial fibrillation is the most dreaded, and we should take care of diagnose it. It is quite simple to diagnose with ECG, and we have to look for a patient who are particularly prone for development of atrial fibrillation, particularly those in aged patient or those with having hypertension and coronary artery disease. We should screen for atrial fibrillation so that this complication of development of blood clot or sudden cardiac death or development of heart failure can be prevented.
Right. Dr. Chandra, what should be the response of a person who observes a person clutching onto his chest and then falling down? What things need to be checked before starting CPR? Dr. Chandra.
Yeah. So this is a very, very important thing for people to know what should be the first immediate response when somebody collapses. So if you see somebody who is clasping the chest and falling down, that means he has developed a cardiac heart attack and a cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest means that the heart is completely stopped. So how do we know that? So you immediately make the patient lie down on a hard surface, maybe on the ground itself. Do not hesitate to put the patient on ground straight, and then assess whether he is breathing, is there any sign of life or not, which means that the pulse, which you can put a hand on the neck arteries or just on the heart and see if there is nothing happening, no pulsations, no breathing, that means he has developed a cardiac arrest, cardiopulmonary arrest. And that is the time when we have to initiate the process of CPR or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which is a very emergency procedure, and it can save lives if it is done properly and also done at the quick time. So response rate has to be very quick. So once we recognize this, we have to immediately shout for help, because you cannot alone take care of this person. So shout for help, then earliest, easiest person should come in, and he can make a call to the emergency medical services. And if there is no sign of breathing, then start making a mouth-to-mouth breathe and give cardiac compression. And cardiac compression should be very forceful, not that much that you break the ribs, but certainly forceful enough to compress the heart. It should not be just touching it. So we have to give a full force and make the heart start beating with your own hands. And you continue this for about, maybe 1 minute. See if there is anything happening or not. If not, then you keep continuing this compression and keep giving respiration also. Compression is very, very important. And you have to continue this till you receive a medical help, or you are tired, you give it to another person who can do it. But do not leave the patient like that, because that will not make him save his life. So continue, and we have seen, I have treated those patients where we continued this for 45 minutes and still the patient could go home. But then it is very, very intense. We have to do it continuously. One person cannot do it. He take help of other people by shifts, and once he starts breathing, once he starts getting a heart rhythm back, then we can immediately shift him to a medical facility. So this is the process of CPR, and you already mentioned that if you do it at the right time, right way, lot of lives can be saved. So that is very, very important. And also at the same time, I must say, now there should be more information or knowledge about the automatic external defibrillator, which should be available in public places. So in case somebody collapses in a public place, also one should try to use the AED, which is the automatic external defibrillator. And I'm sure many such defibrillators will be available in future in most of the public places in India.
Right. My next question is for Dr. Siva Kadaksham. Cardiovascular or heart-related emergencies are common and often cause several deaths. What are some common heart-related, emergencies, Dr. Siva Kadaksham?
I would recall at least 3 main types of cardiac emergencies. Middle of the night or early morning, people just come up with sudden onset of breathlessness. This breathlessness usually is secondary to what we call as pulmonary edema. We also call it as ADHF, acute decompensated heart failure. What happens is they go to bed normally, but their pumping capacity is slightly reduced or more reduced because of some previous disease in the heart muscle, and they suddenly wake up in the middle of the night rushing towards the window for breath. And this is what is called acute pulmonary edema. This is one cardiac emergency. The second cardiac emergency is acute chest pain. Patient comes with acute chest pain, compressive in nature, with radiation to the lower jaw or to the left arm, and he says, I have never felt such a pain in my life. It is like keeping a heavy stone on my chest. This is the second most important cardiac emergency. Usually we attribute it to angina or a massive heart attack. And the third one is what the other 2 cardiologists were talking, a sudden onset of palpitation. It can occur at any time. It can be due to atrial fibrillation, but if it is going to throw the patient down with sudden cardiac death, it is due to ventricular fibrillation or ventricular flutter. So what is important is these 3 are the common cardiac emergencies: a palpitation or a breathlessness or a severe chest pain, for which they seek the medical attention immediately.
Right. Thank you so much, Doctor. We will continue our show on the other side of a very short break. Do stay with us.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश कर.
Welcome back. Let's get our expert doctors to take us through the topic of the day. We just discussed right now that sudden cardiac arrest is an emergency. What are the existing heart conditions which can lead to sudden cardiac arrest? Let me take this question to Dr. Chatterjee.
Actually, the most sudden cardiac arrest is mostly defined as that the patient usually dies within the first hour of the onset of the symptoms. So most commonly it is due to the ventricular fibrillation, the arrhythmia, abnormal arrhythmia, ventricular fibrillation or flutter. But the causative agent of this ventricular fibrillation mostly commonly is associated with the coronary artery disease. That's the acute heart attack. Can cause sudden massive MI, myocardial infarction, can cause this sudden cardiac death. Also, there are various arrhythmogenesis, this abnormal heart rhythm abnormalities, which are some genetically derived. They can also cause, like there are few diseases which is known as the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. That is, as we see in few athletes are dying in the sports during the sport because these patients are mostly having an inherited abnormality of their cardiac muscles that predisposes them to development of sudden onset ventricular tachycardia, ventricular fibrillation, ventricular flutter, which is the prime cause of death of such young patient of young age, because these have inherited problems of their cardiac muscles. Also, there is known as the arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia. This is also an inherited causes of RV muscles, right ventricular muscles problem though. So this type of diseases can cause sudden cardiac death. But most commonly in India, it is mostly due to coronary artery disease, that sudden heart attack, acute myocardial infarction, that causing one of the most common cause of development of causing sudden cardiac death.
Right, Dr. Chandra, if a person performing CPR is not well trained, how does he know when to stop performing CPR, and what should the person do after performing CPR?
So basically, this is a very important thing for our society, and in general, people must know something about CPR, because lot of patients and lot of people in family, in friends, they suddenly, they develop this problem of sudden cardiac arrest, and then there is nobody to take care of that, and that golden moment of those few minutes, if that is lost, then we can't save these patients. Even if we are able to save, their brain activity goes away. So CPR should be done immediately as it happens. And if somebody is, now doing a CPR, compressing the chest, and starts seeing that there is signs of life, then he should make arrangements for the patient to move to the nearest facility. But if it is no sign of life, then he should continue this CPR with the help of the other person. So one should take turns, like 5 to 10 minutes each. They should keep compressing, change over, and then once the patient starts showing signs of life, they can then shift the patient to a nearby facility. And of course, this training, CPR training, is very simple. It doesn't take too much time to learn or know. One can even see it from YouTube videos, or one can go to the many heart association videos where the way to do CPR is available. One should not shy away from doing such kind of thing.
Dr. Siva Karaksham, does CPR apply in both conditions, to cardiac arrest as well as heart attack?
Cardiac arrest, CPR is a must. If the heart attack causes a cardiac arrest, all heart attacks do not cause cardiac arrest. They only cause pain and ECG changes, enzyme changes. But due to a heart attack, if the person suddenly collapses, as Dr. Praveen Chandra said, we will have to look at his pulse, see his response. If both are not available, that means with the heart attack, he has gone in for a cardiac arrest. So all cardiac arrest requires CPR, but not all heart attacks will result in cardiac arrest.
Let's also take my next question to Dr. Chatterjee. Cardiopulmonary, this is CPR that we are talking about, is a life-saving technique. What exactly happens during CPR?
Yes, the technique is very simple. A common man also can do it if they have some information prior. So what the thing is, when the patient collapses and patient pulse is not available, we have checked for responses. If that is not in, patient has gone for cardiac arrest. So there are three things to remember. One is CAB. C is for compression, A is for airway, and B is for breathing. So those who are not trained in CPR, they can keep away the A and B part. The most important thing is the compression, which maintains the circulation. So what we have to do, that you have to place the patient in a firm surface, and we have to kneel down near his chest and take the heel of the palm and put it over the sternum, that is the breastbone, and put another hand over there and give rapid compression like this in 100 to 120 per minute. And we have to keep in mind that the chest should be get compressed, and we have to give time to it recoil back, and then again have to compress. So we have to go for 100 to 120 beats, 120 compression, and the depth of the compression should not exceed 6 centimeter. The average it is 2 inch, that is 5 centimeter, that is sufficient. And if aid is coming, or thing, that the next step is to we have to secure the airway. So what we have to do, we have to lift the head, and you have to tilt the head and lift the chin like this, so that the airway gets patent, and we can give a breathing. Also the last part is that we have to give mouth to mouth breathing, or sometimes mouth to nose breathing can be given. And so we have to look that the two breath should to be given, and we have to see whether the chest is rising or not. Then we have to again go for the chest compression. So we have to think the most important thing is that the compression. We have to, if the airway breathing is not done, it's still okay, but the compression has to be go on for 100 to 120 per minute until the aid arrives.
Right. Let me take my next question to Dr. Chandra. For decades now, aspirin has been used to prevent and manage heart disease and stroke. What's the role of aspirin in the treatment of heart disease? Dr. Chandra.
Yeah, okay. So, Divya, this is a very, very important drug. The cheapest drug for treatment of heart disease is aspirin. And basically, it is being used for ages now. So how do we use aspirin? Who are the patients who should get aspirin? I'm just going to tell you now. So whenever there is a heart attack happening, if somebody witnesses a heart attack, the first drug to be taken is aspirin. A tablet of 325 milligram tablet should be crushed, mixed in half a glass of water and given to the patient immediately. So we have seen that those patients who come after taking aspirin, generally the heart attack starts settling down and the results in these patients is much better. However, those people who are already having heart disease and who are undergoing angioplasty or bypass surgery or any artery blockages, these patients have to take aspirin for the whole life. And the dose of aspirin which we give to these patients is just a small baby aspirin, 75 milligrams or 150 milligrams a day. This has to be taken in the night time after having meals, and generally it is very safe to take it. But at the same time, it has been seen that it is not recommended to those people who have diabetes or, for example, high blood pressure and do not have any documented heart disease. There is no need to give aspirin because it can also lead to complications like bleeding in the stomach or acidity, and these problems happen. The hemoglobin can go down. So it is to be only given once the doctor recommends it. One should not try to take it oneself. The only time they can take it by themselves is at the time of a heart attack or serious chest pain, where a tablet of aspirin can be dissolved in a glass of water, half a glass of water, and has to be taken. At the same time, those people who have stroke or any history of stroke like paralytic stroke, they have to also take the aspirin. So heart disease and brain disease, in both diseases, aspirin is a very good medicine for treatment for the whole life.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Chandra, Dr. Chatterjee and Dr. Siva Kadaksham for joining us on the broadcast today. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
11. Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story, breaking news coming in with income tax surveys being conducted at the BBC offices in both Delhi and Mumbai. Income tax officials arrived at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai this morning at around 11 o'clock, and this comes days after the huge controversy over the documentary series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots. Now, ostensibly, the taxmen are carrying out a survey over allegations of alleged international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the British Broadcasting Corporation office in Delhi. That's what we have learnt from our sources. However, phones of some journalists were also taken away and they have been asked to stay inside the office. Tax officials have said that this was a survey, not a search, and that they were carrying out a survey, as we said, over allegations over taxation issues. But it comes very soon after the controversy over the BBC documentary. Now, there have been political reactions from the opposition. The Congress's K.C. Venugopal tweeted the IT raid at BBC's offices reeks of desperation and shows that the Modi government is scared of criticism. We condemn these intimidation tactics in the harshest terms. This undemocratic and dictatorial attitude cannot go on any longer. That's the Congress reaction. Akhilesh Yadav too has tweeted on this and in fact said, when a government stands for fear and oppression instead of fearlessness, then one should realize the end is near. That's what Akhilesh Yadav tweeted in reaction to the survey being done at the BBC office. Mehbooba Mufti also tweeted saying cause and effect of raids on the BBC office is quite obvious. Government of India is brazenly hounding those who speak the truth, be it opposition leaders, media activists or anyone else for that matter. The gloves are off and there's a price one pays for fighting for truth. So those are some of the reactions coming in from the opposition over this survey that is being conducted at the BBC office in both Delhi and Mumbai, and phones and laptops of journalists have also been seized, is what we have been informed. Around 20 tax officials are searching the BBC's Delhi office, and in Mumbai, the BBC studios that deals with the production has also been searched. Documents have been seized and phones and laptops of journalists taken away, according to journalists, according to sources there. The offices will be sealed for the duration of the survey, and employees have been asked not to share details with anyone. Though again, as we said, tax officials are saying that this is a survey, not a search, and that phones would be returned. Income tax sources said that we need some clarifications, and for that our team is visiting the BBC office and we're carrying out a survey. Our officers have gone to check account books, and these are not searches. Sources say the taxman asked the BBC's finance department for details of its balance sheets and accounts. Now, as we said, this comes soon after the controversy in India involving the BBC over its recent two-part series, India, the Modi Question, which was taken down from public platforms last month. In fact, in January, the centre used emergency powers under the information technology rules and then directed blocking multiple YouTube videos and Twitter posts that shared the controversial documentary on the 2002 Gujarat riots that took place at the time when Narendra Modi was the chief minister of Gujarat. Now, opposition leaders and students accuse the government of censorship over that. And now you have this action taking place against BBC, which is the national broadcaster for the United Kingdom. Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu for more. Sunil, tell us what we know so far and what is happening there at the offices.
Well, as we speak, Gargi, here at the...
Well, let's go. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Sunil. We have to go across to where Gaurav Bhatia is speaking on this issue.
काम कर रही हैं। और सवाल आज ये भी कहा जाएगा, कोई भी एजेंसी हो, मीडिया से जुड़ी हो, कंपनी हो, अगर भारत में वो काम कर रही है तो उसको भारत के कानून को मानना होगा, उसका पालन करना होगा। अगर कुछ गलत किया नहीं है, कानून का पालन किया है, तो फिर डर कैसा, फिर चिंता कैसी? आयकर विभाग को अपना काम करने दिया जाना चाहिए और दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाना चाहिए। सबसे पहले ये कहना आज गलत नहीं होगा, बीबीसी के अगर कृत्य देखें, जिसके उदाहरण मैं आपके समक्ष अभी पेश करूंगा, तो ये पूरे विश्व की सबसे भ्रष्ट बकवास कॉरपोरेशन हो गई है। और दुख की बात यह है कि बीबीसी का प्रोपेगेंडा और कांग्रेस का एजेंडा एक साथ मेल खाता है। हम सब जानते हैं कि विश्व पटल पर किस तरह से श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, G20 की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है। बहुत सी ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जिनको ये बिल्कुल नहीं भाता है, और जब जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो ये एजेंसियां हों या राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी और जो राजनीतिक दल विपक्ष में है, उनको बड़ा दर्द होता है। सबसे पहले तो बीबीसी का जो इतिहास है, कलंकित, काला, द्वेष भावना से भारत के खिलाफ कार्य करने का रहा है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी को सबसे पहले तो ये याद करना चाहिए किस तरह से देश की प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी जी ने खुद बीबीसी पे बैन लगाया। बीबीसी रिपोर्टिंग करे, निष्पक्ष पत्रकारिता करे, भारत का संविधान ये हक उन्हें देता है। लेकिन किस तरह की पत्रकारिता की आड़ में एक एजेंडा आगे बढ़ाया जाता है, वो मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। There is a reporting that was done by the BBC in a program. They unleashed the most venomous attack against our country. The program presenter referred to a commander of a terrorist outfit operating in Kashmir as charismatic young militant. एक आतंकवादी जो भारत की अखंडता के खिलाफ शक्ति खड़ी हो रही है, उसको बीबीसी ने बताया करिश्माई युवा उग्रवादी है। ये करिश्माई युवा उग्रवादी, ये किस तरह की रिपोर्टिंग है? आप भारत में कार्य करना चाहते हैं और भारत के संविधान को तार तार करते हैं, भारत की अखंडता को चोट पहुंचाने का प्रयास करते हैं। इसी तरह से पूरे विश्व में भारत अपनी संस्कृति, अपनी विविधता के लिए जाना जाता है। यहां क्या त्योहार हैं, सबके क्या भाव हैं, वो बिना जाने बीबीसी ने कहा होली इज a filthy festival. BBC, what do you know about the festivals of India? And citing this example will go a very long way to show how venomous, how shallow the reporting of the BBC is. Adding to that, we all revere father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji. But BBC wishes to operate in India, yet refuses to respect the icons of the country. The BBC very categorically in a program, and its presenter had the temerity to say that Mahatma Gandhi had failed in his attempt to liberate India in 1946. And BBC should definitely also pay heed to the words of UK's longest serving Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. She had called the BBC as Bolshevik Broadcasting Corporation. These examples are very important for a fundamental reason, and the reason is this. India is a country which gives an opportunity to every organization, every individual, as long as you are willing to abide by the constitution of our country, as long as you do not have a hidden agenda, as long as you don't spew venom, and as long as the facts that you bring out in public domain and you disseminate have a basis. It can't be whims and fancies of a corporation. And this cannot be tolerated. Having spoken about the BBC, there are larger questions to be asked to the opposition parties who have not even fulfilled their responsibility of exercising restraint. और ये कहना गलत नहीं है. क्यों ऐसा होता है कि कांग्रेस का हाथ देश विरोधियों के साथ हमेशा? पहला सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी से यह पूछना चाहिए सबको. हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता पूछ रही है. अगर एक संस्था, कानूनी संस्था अपना कार्य कर रही है और अभी वो कार्रवाई पूरी भी नहीं हुई है, उसका निचोड़, उसका निष्कर्ष बाहर भी नहीं आया है, किस आधार पर कांग्रेस पार्टी, समाजवादी पार्टी, तमाम विपक्षी दल जो भी देश विरोधी ताकत है उसके साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं? आपका चरित्र ऐसा क्यों बन गया है कि आप संयम नहीं बरत सकते? आपका चरित्र ऐसा क्यों बन गया है कि जो भी देश विरोधी ताकत होगी, चाहे वो चीन हो, चाहे वो बीबीसी, और कई बार हमने देखा कि आतंकवादियों के साथ कांग्रेस का हाथ। और तमाम ऐसे मुल्क हैं जो भारत के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र करते हैं और उनके साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी खड़ी होती है। यह सवाल आपसे बार बार पूछा जाएगा। पहला, जो कार्रवाई इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट कर रहा है, अभी वो समाप्त नहीं हुई थी, तो ऐसी क्या जल्दबाजी थी कि इस पे आपने ओछी हल्की घटिया राजनीति करी? क्यों नहीं संयम दिखाया कि रिपोर्ट आने का इंतजार करते? और ये न्यायालय का काम है, वो तय करेगी कि किसी भी जांच एजेंसी का या किसी विभाग का कार्य कानूनी तौर पे सही है या द्वेष भावना से किया गया है। तीसरी बड़ी बात, आप ये भूल जाते हैं कि इसी बीबीसी के खिलाफ जब आपकी सरकार थी तो प्रतिबंध लगाया गया। जब बैन आपने लगाया तो वो ठीक है, लेकिन अगर आयकर विभाग अपनी कार्रवाई कर रहा है तो मोदी जी से नफरत आपकी इतनी है कि आप उसको भी राजनीतिक रंग दे रहे हैं। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सवाल जो पूछा जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी क्यों ऐसा चरित्र दिखाती है कि किसी भी संवैधानिक संस्था और कानूनी संस्था पर इनका विश्वास नहीं होता है? चाहे वो देश का सर्वोच्च न्यायालय हो, चाहे वो प्रधानमंत्री का पद हो, चाहे वो भारत की सेना हो, चाहे वो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया हो, चाहे वो सीएजी हो, और अब ईडी सीबीआई पे भी आप आरोप लगाते हैं, लेकिन न्यायालय जाते हैं तो आपको कोई रिलीफ नहीं मिलता है। आयकर विभाग पे भी आपका विश्वास नहीं है, तो आपका विश्वास केवल ऐसी संस्थाओं पे है, ऐसी एजेंसियों पे है जो भले भारत का नुकसान कर दे, लेकिन आपकी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने के लिए आपको तवा मिलता रहे। ये बेहद ही निंदनीय है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। और मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, कोई भी जांच एजेंसी हो या कोई भी विभाग हो, अगर वो अपना कार्य कर रहा है और उस पे इस तरह की राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकी जा रही हैं, तो देश की जनता देख रही है कि किस तरह से आप देश विरोधी शक्तियों के साथ खड़े हैं और देश के साथ नहीं खड़े हैं। धन्यवाद। देखिए, मैं एक बात जरूर कहूंगा, खाता ना बही जो भारत का सर्वोच्च न्यायालय कहे वो सही। आपने जो प्रश्न पूछा, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने उस पर फैसला दिया है। अब देश का विपक्षी दल सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले को मानता है या देश विरोधी एजेंसी को ज्यादा महत्व देता है, ये तो उनको तय करना है। Absolutely. This is the essence of the press conference as well. No individual, no agency could be above the law of the country. And in an ongoing action that is being taken by the income tax department, why is it that there is a tearing hurry by the opposition party, especially the Congress party, to give a clean chit to the agency concerned and try to do cheap and petty politics over the issue? Why can't they be more patient and wait for the report to come out? And also, I must add again that if you have been following the law of the country and if you have nothing to hide, then why be so afraid of an action that is as per law? To that, I would only like to say that timing of the action of the agency or the IT department is not decided by any outside power government. Yes, during the Congress days, we all know how infamously the Congress government was told to stop interfering with the functioning of the CBI and called the premier investigating agency of the country a caged parrot. This was a comment made by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी में ये एक ऐसा वायरस आ गया है, आम जनता से कोसों दूर हैं, लेकिन उनकी अपनी नजरों में वो हीरो हीरा लाल है। मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, जो विषय हमने उठाया है, जो भी संस्था है, जो भी कानून है, उसके तहत ही कार्रवाई होती है। तथ्यों के अभाव के कारण मैं और कुछ इस पे नहीं कहना चाहूंगा। ये जरूर कहूंगा, किसी को भी अपने आप को कानून से ऊपर नहीं समझना चाहिए। ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, लेकिन दुखद जरूर है कि जब भारत का हर नागरिक देश के शहीद जवानों को याद करते हुए उनको भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि दे रहा है, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी में कुछ नहीं बदला है। कभी सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक का प्रमाण मांगते हैं। रणदीप सुरजेवाला होम ग्रोन टेररिज्म बता के जो शत्रु देश है उनको क्लीन चिट देते हैं। राहुल गांधी भारतीय सेना के लिए कहते हैं कि वो पिट गई। और मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, भारतीय राजनीति में कोई पिटा हुआ मोहरा है तो वो कांग्रेस है, और भारतीय सेना पर हर भारतीय को गर्व था, है और रहेगा। थैंक यू।
All right, so there you have the BJP spokesperson hitting out at the Congress over its criticism of the survey at the BBC offices, also hitting out at the BBC, questioning previous documentaries made by the BBC, calling it also a corrupt organization. So really coming out and hitting out at the BBC, also saying that what is the need for the Congress to rush in defense of the BBC or hit out at the IT department's weight for the IT findings to be made public. Well, let's go across to Sunil now, who joins us from there. Sunil, tell us what's happening.
Well, Gargi, just to reiterate what you were saying, and I think one important point where he didn't really have an answer, which was very important, was the timing of the income tax survey, as it's being called on the BBC here at the Hindustan Times office on the 5th floor. There's a great deal of media presence. There's also a whole lot of jammers here. So please note that we are working under circumstances where we hope our telephones do not get, because the signals are extremely weak. But nevertheless, the fact is that the BBC has requested its staff not to speak to the media. The press office will be and have been directed to respond to all queries. The survey, as the income tax authorities are saying, is being conducted. It's not a search operation, it's not a raid, and they're quite categorical about their assertion that one way or the other that there has been certain irregularities. But of course, as Mr. Gaurav was pointing out, the fact of the matter remains about the timing of the BBC raid that has taken place here. You call it a survey operation, it's a technical difference, but definitely it has sent a message. And there are a whole lot of onlookers here. This is a crowded Delhi street, everybody asking what has happened, and then they themselves are conjecturing, saying, oh, this is in response to the documentary that was telecast.
Right. In fact, we now have a statement from the income authorities, and they've said that today the income authorities conducted a survey on the BBC premises in Delhi, and as you can see, it's still going on there behind Sunil, where the office is, that this is in view of the BBC's deliberate non-compliance with the transfer pricing rules and its vast diversion of profits. That it's pertinent to note that the above exercise conducted by the tax authorities is called survey, not search raid, as per the provisions of the Income Tax Act. Such surveys are routinely conducted. So interesting, they're trying to play it down as a routine action, but it's not lost on anyone, as it's a very serious action, given that it's taking place against a media house, one of the oldest in the world, and the UK's national broadcaster BBC. Let's just take a look at these visuals that we have of when the IT officials arrived there.
चलो आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हो आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हो आप लोग ऐसे बिना वारंटी गेट खोलेंगे वारंट आपको पता है वारंट सील हो चुका है लिखा हुआ वारंट तब अंदर से आप लोग ओके चलो आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हो आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हो आप लोग ऐसे बिना वारंटी गेट खोलेंगे वारंट आपको पता है वारंट सील हो चुका है लिखा हुआ वारंट तब अंदर से आप लोग ओके चलो आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हो आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हो आप लोग
All right, so some kind of argument taking place there inside the BBC office, as one can imagine. Must have been a shock to the employees there and the journalists there, with the taxmen landing up and carrying out the survey, seizing their laptops and their phones. As we said, this survey is also taking place in the Bombay office of BBC, the Mumbai offices. Let's go across to Sohit for more. Sohit, what's happening there right now?
Well, Gagi, this is the Windsor Tower, in which on the 5th floor, what we know is that the BBC studios are present over here. And as of now, what we can say is that the IT department officials are present over there, and the raid is going on. Now, this is going on since 11:30 in the morning, and the officials are present. However, the media isn't allowed to go ahead from here because of security reasons as well. Now, the Mumbai police officials are also present, and what we know is that this is the studio where the production happens. Now, apart from this, there is another studio in Mumbai as well, where BBC Marathi functions. Now, this is the Marathi version of the BBC News channel, the regional version in Maharashtra, which is also nearby. However, there's no raid going over there. But over here, what we can say is that the officials reached at 11:30 in the morning, and since then, the raid is going on. The survey is going on. I beg your pardon. And some of the employees are also present inside. Their phones were seized, is what the detail we got in the morning. And since then, the officials are present. The security has been increased over here. Even the security of the building isn't allowing any media to go ahead from here, and they have stopped the media at a distance, whereas the officials are present inside the building on the 5th floor where the BBC studios function from.
All right, so there you can see these surveys taking place both in the Mumbai and Delhi offices of BBC. And Sunil, if we can come back to you, talking about the political fallout of this, opposition parties are hitting out over this survey. And, they're saying, and you have Akhilesh Yadav, you have Mehbooba Mufti, the Congress, hitting out over this and pointing out at how thin-skinned the government is, because everybody is linking it to the controversy over the BBC documentary.
That's right. In fact, everybody, arguing about the timing. And in fact, even if you heard the BJP's official response, they really didn't have an answer saying putting it on the government on the decision of the timing of these income tax rates and leaving it. I'm sorry to keep saying rates. It's just a technical difference between a survey and a search operation. So it's a survey where your phones, where your laptops, as you pointed out, where you can't speak to people who are working in the company. That's what's happening at present. Having said that, it's not only politically from opposition parties, but I think internationally also the message has gone down loud and clear that if anybody is inimical to the system, then please be ready for what is happening to the BBC. And it's in that backdrop that we are definitely seeing these scenes unfold. It's nevertheless quite shocking to say in terms of how well it has been timed. Immediately after those documentaries were banned in India, there have been a survey being conducted where journalists, as well as, of course, the financial department, which is the critical department, there will definitely be issues with the with the British Broadcasting Corporation and the kind of ways they have to handle the Indian regulatory system. There will definitely be issues, but this definitely comes in that backdrop. Please also remember, Gargi, which we are forgetting to point out, just a few days ago, an organization wanted the BBC to be banned in India. And as well as, of course, they wanted an NI operation on the documentary. No less than Pinky Anand had appeared on behalf of that company, and then, of course, the Supreme Court rejected it and they said it was misconceived and said there is no question of censorship. But in that backdrop today, we have seen these survey operations taking place by the income tax authorities over transfer pricing, as you point out, and that's the official statement that has come. It will definitely have a huge impact, not only nationally within political parties, opposition parties and others, and as you can see, and as I pointed out, a huge crowd here in presence here, as well as general public, because this is a crowded Delhi street where everybody wants to know why is there such a huge media presence? What has happened? And when everybody's told about what has happened, then they themselves, without asking conjecture, what the reasons are for this raid.
Sunil, we're also now joined by H.P. Ranina, a senior corporate lawyer and tax expert, joining us for more. And if you could, talk to us about these allegations that have been made against the BBC. The IT department in its press release has said that this is over deliberate non-compliance with transfer pricing rules and its vast diversion of profits. And they've said that this has been going on for a very long time, hence leading to this survey. Mr. Ranina, if you can hear me?
Yes, okay, you're directing it to me.
Yes, I'm asking you if you could explain this. Yes.
I will explain this. I'm very surprised that this type of survey has been conducted because as far as transfer pricing is concerned, there's a transfer pricing officer involved and a company has to give all the details as per transfer pricing regulations. They have to be audited. There's a transfer pricing audit which is conducted from time to time. Therefore, I'm surprised that this issue of transfer pricing has arisen when they say it has been going on for a long time. If it has been going on for a long time, they should have completed the assessment and allowed the BBC to go in appeal. But there's no room for a survey at this point of time because this is a matter which has been going on. All the documents are with them. If they say that there is understatement of profits, surely the Income Tax Department can take legal action under Section 143, pass an assessment order, pass a transfer pricing order, go to the panel where there's a transfer pricing regulations are being looked at, So really, this is a very, very wrong approach of the tax department and gives a bad name to the department as well as to the country. I wish they had avoided this at this point of time, whatever may be the other reasons for doing so. But surely this is not the right time to go in for this type of a survey when, as far as transfer pricing regulations are concerned, they are very well set. They are being audited by auditors' report. Everything is available, and all the information can be taken care of by asking them relevant information. Why should there be a survey in this matter?
That there's no need for a survey of this manner and seizing of, phones and laptops of journalists. And it's interesting that you as a tax expert are surprised at this move, because the press release really, proclaims that the BBC, there has been persistent non-compliance over years and several notices have been issued. And that is what's led to the survey. I will come back to you, sir. We're also joined by senior veteran journalist Nalini Singh joining us on the phone line. Nalini Singh, your reaction to this news of this, IT survey taking place at BBC offices?
Gargi, I am absolutely amazed because this would make international headlines. Obviously, BBC is an international news organization, watched all over the world. India is hosting the G20, and we do not wish, I'm sure that nobody wants that there should be any unnecessary adverse, the contours of the press operations in India should not be seen in an adverse light. But what does a raid or a survey on the BBC do at this juncture? And therefore, I would certainly, if there is, some deficiency in accounts, that there are many fora in the country where this can be done. And I cannot imagine that BBC would dig its heels in and say, we are not going to share our accounts. Now, I do not think that it would have come to that. This is something which is going to, with Adani, the Adani fiasco, still in the minds, and it will remain in the minds of all financial journalists the world over. So with that, we've got now a raid on BBC. Now, whoever wants to put two and two together will definitely do so in the international world. And can we say we don't care? We certainly, whatever has to be done, which is financially virtuous, should be done as far as BBC is concerned. But raiding or having a survey, this information, this news has gone all over the world. Is that what we wanted? I think, our claims to the G20 Vishwaguru status are going to be, that is on one side, and the BBC survey and raid is on the other side. So, in fact, I was talking to some journalists, and they said now, to appear even-handed, there should be a raid on Adani, because then we'll be able to show that, okay, we are doing it on BBC, we're also doing it on Adani. I mean, this is the kind of jokey idiom that is being used by journalists today, Indian journalists. And everybody is shocked. I'm not saying that news organizations shouldn't be raided, but certainly there is a protocol involved, and any the income tax officers can say that we followed everything. Now our backs were to the wall. We had to do something. But is there nobody guiding such processes?
Right. And Nalini Singh, also the BJP spokesperson, Gaurav Bhatia, addressed a press conference a short while ago where he hit out at the Congress for questioning these searches or these surveys. And he said that why do they always side with anti-India, forces? And he also said, if they've done nothing wrong, what are you worried about? Let the results come out. And at the same time, called BBC the most corrupt organization, called them Bhrasht Bakwas Corporation.
So there are many rumors floating around that BBC allegedly has siphoned off money to a country that we do not like. All kinds of rumors will come along. And is this the atmosphere, the news information atmosphere we want to live in? Let Mr. Gaurav Bhatia represent the BJP and let the Congress represent itself. I'm talking as a journalist and as a citizen of the country. And I can tell you that there is there seems to be absolutely no basis for calling somebody anti-national if they're saying that this is that you do not go around raiding organizations. Please go to the last extent. Has the Income Tax Department filed a case in the Supreme Court, for instance? This is where we go as citizens. We go through the entire process. If this is a criminal offense, there is Patiala House. You go to the lower court, then you climb up.
But the BJP spokesperson has actually called BBC a very corrupt organization. What would you say to that? Bhrasht Bakwas Corporation.
Because of the documentary. So I would say that this, as far as I knew, Gargi, half an hour ago, we were still a free country. We can have documentaries. The way to deal with something that you do not like is not to ban it, but to do another one. This is well known about banning books. You don't go around banning books, you write a better book. So let a better, more credible documentary come along and let BBC play it. Now, if you are going to be, if you do not have access to the editorial of the BBC, I would imagine that they would be pretty fair. If you give a very, very good documentary, they will play that too. But, to me, this has now become really a sort of gilli danda fight in a street. You do this, we'll do this. You do this, we'll do this. Regardless of the, of the taint on the credibility of the country's media, of our tolerance. We are not like that. We are pretty tolerant. Each one of us has been through hell because we have been hauled over the coals by somebody or the other. We have had cases against us, individual journalists who have no power, no money, but still we fight them. Why can this process not be followed for BBC?
Right. Well, we're out of time. Yeah. Thank you so much, Nalini Singh, for joining us and speaking on this breaking news that we're bringing you, which is the survey taking place on BBC offices. The BJP a short while ago hit out over those raising questions, hit out at the Congress and said that BBC is a corrupt organization, it's a Bhrasht organization, and also spoke about past criticisms of the BBC and hitting out at the Congress for siding with what he said was anti-India voices. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope
Welcome back. The big breaking news we're tracking right now, an income tax survey being conducted at the BBC offices in both Delhi and Mumbai right now. Income tax officials arrived at the offices this morning, and this comes soon after, days after, in fact, the huge controversy that took place in India over a BBC docu-series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots. A BJP spokesperson a short while ago addressing the media hit out at the Congress for questioning the survey, saying let the findings come out first, and why does the Congress rush to support anti-India voices, and he also called the BBC a corrupt organization. Now what the official income tax department statement that has been put out has said that today the income tax authorities conducted a survey on BBC premises in view of the BBC's deliberate non-compliance with the transfer pricing rules and its vast diversion of profits. That this is the reason. To talk more about this, to understand this better, we're joined by H.P. Ranina, a senior corporate lawyer, and all right, we will try and go across to him, though we did speak to the tax expert who was very surprised at this survey and the fact that the IT department is claiming that it's been ongoing for several years. That is what the IT department has said, that this is, they're looking into manipulation of prices for unauthorized benefits, including tax advantages. Let's just listen into what BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia said.
There are larger questions to be asked to the opposition parties who have not even fulfilled their responsibility of exercising restraint.
Doesn't lead to raids.
कांग्रेस का हाथ देश विरोधियों के साथ हमेशा। पहला सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी से यह पूछना चाहिए सबको, हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता पूछ रही है। अगर एक संस्था, कानूनी संस्था अपना कार्य कर रही है और अभी वो कार्रवाई पूरी भी नहीं हुई है, उसका निचोड़, उसका निष्कर्ष बाहर भी नहीं आया है, किस आधार पर कांग्रेस पार्टी, समाजवादी पार्टी, तमाम विपक्षी दल जो भी देश विरोधी ताकत है उसके साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं?
Well, we're now joined by senior journalist Aarti Jairath. Aarti, your reaction to these developments, this survey taking place at the BBC office, and also what the BJP spokesperson had to say over criticism?
Yeah, so, firstly, just a response to what Gaurav Bhatia just said. He said that, why are they all jumping the gun when the results of whatever income tax is doing are not, out yet. So, but why is he already describing the BBC as Desh Virodi Takat? So he's already declared them as, anti-India, right? So he's already passed the judgment on them, number one. Number two, the timing of the, whatever the income tax is doing, whether it's a survey or raids, the timing is certainly suspicious because it comes so soon after the, BBC documentary on the, violence in Gujarat in 2002. And, the government did ban that documentary. And now they've sent the income tax to the BBC office. So the timing is very, very suspicious.
All right, the timing being very suspicious. Also, the income tax department claiming that this is something that has been going on for a while, that this raid and these kind of discrepancies in the tax payments and diversions, that this non-compliance has been going on for a while, and that's the allegation against the BBC.
So what were they doing all this time? I mean, why has it taken them so long to, to find out that this evasion has been going on? I'm sorry, it's very difficult not to join the dots. It's very difficult not to join the dots between the film, the ban on the film, and the raids today. Very difficult not to join the dots. And it does raise suspicions. I mean, the government, the income tax department will have to come out with a much more credible explanation for what they're doing in the BBC office.
Right, and Aarti Jairath, the optics of this, BBC, end of the day, is the UK's national broadcaster, one of the oldest national broadcasters in the world with offices everywhere, one of the most, respected names, though at the same time there are a lot of people welcoming this action against the BBC, reading more into it and saying that, this sort of we showed them kind of attitude.
Yeah, but, this is not a time for, a display of muscularity. I'm sorry. There has to be a measured response. You can't just flex your muscles and say, we showed them. In any case, this is going to attract bad international publicity. Unless they can come up with hard evidence of something terrible that the BBC has done on the tax front, it is going to attract bad international publicity. And given the fact that India is today the chairperson of the chair country of G20, and a summit is coming up in September, this is really bad optics. The international opinion will be bad optics for the government.
All right. Thanks so much, Aarti Jairath, for speaking to us on this big story that we're tracking, the survey by the IT department at BBC offices in both Delhi and in Mumbai. Income tax officials are searching these offices. They've also seized the phones and laptops of journalists there, and many have not been allowed to leave, have been asked not to speak out to anyone. And as we said, opposition joining the dots there as this comes weeks after the massive controversy over the BBC's docu-series on the 2002 Gujarat riots and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and where they, it was a two-part series on the Gujarat riots at the time when Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So today, the taxmen sealing off the offices for this survey linked to alleged irregularities in international taxation and transfer pricing. That is what they've said that this is about, and this statement, the IT department statement, also clarifies not to confuse this as raids or searches, that this is a survey. The BJP coming out, their spokesperson, Gaurav Bhatia, they're hitting out at the Congress for criticizing the survey and saying that that let the findings come out, but at the same time calling the BBC a very corrupt organization as well. So so it's become a huge political controversy as well, with several opposition parties criticizing this action against the BBC. Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP spokesperson, saying allow the Income Tax Department to do its job, but at the same time saying BBC is one of the most corrupt corporations. Well, we'll continue to track this story and get more reactions. For the moment, we'll slip into a short break. Do stay with us.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के
Hello there, you're with NDTV. I'm Maha Siddiqui. Our top story at the moment, the Income Tax Department is carrying out a survey at the BBC offices in both Delhi and in Mumbai. The income tax officials landed at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai days after a huge controversy over a documentary series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots. The taxmen were carrying out a survey over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involved in the British Broadcasting Corporation, that's the BBC. This as per sources. The phones, mobile phones of some of the journalists were taken away as per sources. The tax official said that this was a survey, not a search. The taxmen were carrying out a survey over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. This is as per the details coming by way of sources on what we are seeing as a survey, as the IT officials put it, being conducted at the moment in the BBC offices in Delhi and in Mumbai. These are scenes on the right-hand side of your television screens from inside the BBC office. You can see some sort of an altercation there between the tax officials and the BBC staff as well. The phones of some of the staff members has been seized by the IT department that is carrying out what they call a survey. This with regards to what they say is alleged irregularities in the international taxation and transfer pricing involving the BBC. As per sources, documents and phones as well as laptops of some of the journalists were seized. Those are some of the details that are coming through at the moment. This is as per sources again. The offices were sealed for the survey and the employees were asked not to call anyone. BBC then, in a memo to the staff, asked those not in office to stay away and those at work not to panic, reportedly saying, "We are handling the situation." Tax officials insist that this is a survey, this is not a search. All right, so as we were pointing out, this is a survey that is being conducted as per IT officials. Meanwhile, the BBC News Press team has just put out this tweet saying the income tax authorities are currently at the BBC office in New Delhi and Mumbai, and we are fully cooperating. We hope to have the situation resolved as soon as possible. This has been put out at about 2:48 p.m. Just about 10 minutes ago is when BBC News Press team has put out this tweet with regards to what the income tax authorities call a survey that is being conducted with what they say as far as alleged irregularities in international taxation and transfer pricing involving the BBC. Now, the timing of this survey is one that is in fact catching the attention of people. This is because this comes weeks after a massive controversy over the UK broadcaster's documentary series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this was with regards to the riots in Gujarat in 2002. Let's listen to what the BJP is saying about this survey that is being conducted.
कोई भी एजेंसी हो, मीडिया से जुड़ी हो, कंपनी हो, अगर भारत में वो काम कर रही है तो उसको भारत के कानून को मानना होगा, उसका पालन करना होगा। अगर कुछ गलत किया नहीं है, कानून का पालन किया है, तो फिर डर कैसा, फिर चिंता कैसी? आयकर विभाग को अपना काम करने दिया जाना चाहिए और दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाना चाहिए। बीबीसी के अगर कृत्य देखें, जिसके उदाहरण मैं आपके समक्ष अभी पेश करूंगा, तो यह पूरे विश्व की सबसे भ्रष्ट बकवास कॉरपोरेशन हो गई है। और दुख की बात यह है कि बीबीसी का प्रोपेगेंडा और कांग्रेस का एजेंडा एक साथ मेल खाता है।
All right, that is the BJP's first reaction to what the IT department says is a survey that is being conducted at the British Broadcasting Corporation offices, the BBC offices in New Delhi and in Mumbai. Our reporters are panned across, getting us the very latest on this survey that is being conducted. Sunil Prabhu is joining us from Delhi. Sohit Mishra is joining us from Mumbai. Sunil, first coming to you, what are you picking up as the latest with regards to the IT department carrying out a survey in the BBC office in Delhi?
Well, as you pointed out, this survey is being conducted by the income tax authorities. They are looking at very critically at the transfer pricing as has been put out by the statement by the income tax authorities. They were at pains to explain not once but at least twice that these are not search operations but these are survey operations. Nevertheless, most people who work for the BBC, and for them the biggest and the most important aspect is the using of the mobile phones and their laptops. That has not been permitted. So it's in that backdrop that we have definitely seen the income tax authorities conduct what is technically called a survey, which many people are calling a raid. But nevertheless, this comes in the backdrop, as you're well aware, of the Indian government deciding to ban the documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's in that backdrop that we have seen these incidents take place. You also heard Mr. Gaurav say that the BBC is one of the most corrupt organizations, but he definitely wasn't really able to convince and answer the question about the timings. Everybody is circumspect about the fact that at a particular time, you are conducting a raid immediately after the BBC has done this documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But definitely a lot is said to be done. We'll have to wait and see how things unfold. These survey operations usually take a couple of hours, and once they are completed and they've taken all the required data, the offices will be desealed.
All right, let me go across to Sohit Mishra as well with the very latest from Mumbai. Sohit, what are you picking up, if anything, from the employees of the BBC? As Sunil is pointing out, some of them have had to hand over their mobile phones, their laptops, any electronic device. What are you picking up?
Well, that is exactly the scene if we talk about Mumbai as well. Now, the BBC office is on the fifth floor of this Windsor Tower, which is present in Kalina area of Mumbai. In Mumbai, there are two BBC offices. This is the BBC studio where we are present currently, where the IT surveys are currently going on. Now, there is also BBC Marathi, which is the Marathi language BBC news channel, which is present in Bandra. However, there is no survey going over there, but over here what we know is that the employees have been asked to give away their phones as well as the laptop, and at the same time the officials, the income tax officials reached this the office around 11:30 today, and since then they are present inside. Now the media is not allowed to go any further from here. The security has been increased. The Mumbai police is also present inside. But yes, now the political reaction for the same have started to come in. Uddhav Thackeray, former chief minister as well as leader, president of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, has said that the survey on BBC's office is unconstitutional. If voices will be raised, they will sack you. This is to control constitution. This is a trial for bringing slavery under the government. So yes, sharp reaction from Uddhav Thackeray comes, and most of the opposition parties are questioning the timing of this survey, because we know that few weeks ago there was a documentary, in fact two-part documentary that was released, and there were demand that it should be banned in India. After that, we saw that how several things happened. People went to the court, and later what we see is that the survey is going on at the BBC offices. Now, over here is the BBC studio, where the production as well as all the studio work goes on, and that is exactly where the officials are present. They are here since 11:30, and since then they are present inside the BBC premises. The survey is going on. The Mumbai police is also present over there at the moment, and they are continuing with their survey. Very important to see that for how many more hours will they be there, or what will be their next course of action.
All right. Sunil, I want to come back to you. You said usually a survey of this nature takes about a couple of hours. So it is pointing out this has been on since 11 in the morning. Is it unusual or usual that it takes place for almost half a day? Also, Sunil, take us through what exactly the IT department is saying. Why is this being conducted?
Well, because they have found certain irregularities, to take your second question first, and then of course they have definitely started that process. Until they are satisfied with all the required data, will they complete that entire process. They have come with a mission, and this is of course something that they, unless they are satisfied, will they complete that entire exercise, or they'll ask them what else is required, because whatever is found is then taken, and they keep a copy of it. So it will take time, as long as they are completely satisfied with that entire process. But having said that, you have heard the political as well as reactions coming in, not only from opposition parties within India, but across. It has definitely sent a message which definitely the government will have to think a lot about, especially as we are getting ready to showcase India through the G20 summit. This definitely is something that will have to be looked at in its entirety.
All right, absolutely. Sunil, stay on with us. So it is also with us. Let me quickly, since you pointed out about opposition reactions coming in, read out a couple of tweets that have come in. KC Venugopal has tweeted the IT raid at BBC's, and I'm quoting KC Venugopal because, as Sunil pointed out, this is a survey. However, KC Venugopal calls it a raid at BBC's offices, reeks of desperation and shows that the Modi government is scared of criticism. We condemn these intimidation tactics in the harshest terms. This undemocratic and dictatorial attitude cannot go on any longer. Akhilesh Yadav has tweeted, when a government stands for fear and oppression instead of fearlessness, then one should realize the end is near. Mehbooba Mufti has tweeted saying, cause and effect of raids on the BBC office is quite obvious. The government of India is brazenly hounding those who speak the truth, be it opposition leaders, media, activists or anyone else for that matter. The gloves are off and there is a price one pays for fighting for truth. Let me go across to Neeta Sharma, who's now joining us live from outside the BBC office in Delhi. Neeta, have any of the employees been allowed to leave office, or are they all still inside, those who went for work this morning, and their electronic devices taken away?
See, Maha, this is a standard practice. Whenever such surveys are conducted in any of the offices, people who are inside offices, barring selected few, there, all kinds of gadgets, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a mobile, or whether it's a hard disk, those are kept in custody of the people who are conducting the survey. That is because that they should not delete any kind of data, they are unable to send any kind of messages. So those are the precautions which agencies take. So income tax authorities are also taking those kind of precautions. Obviously the people who have gone in won't be allowed to come out. In fact, some people have also been called in for that they should also come to the offices with their devices. whether it's phone or the hard disk, because it's a television medium, it's a video medium. So obviously different kind of gadgets, electronic devices are there with every individual. So those kind of devices are also kept in surveillance of the income tax authorities. But as far as income tax authorities are concerned, they are categorically saying that these allegations are there over international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities. So under these sections, these surveys are being conducted because they wanted some clarifications from the BBC offices here in Delhi, also in Mumbai also. These surveys are being conducted, and some people have also been called in that come to office along with your devices, whether it's a phone or a hard disk or a laptop.
All right, Neeta, stay on with us. Sohit is joining us from outside the BBC office in Mumbai. Sohit, the timing here is being questioned by the opposition parties especially, who are pointing out that this comes weeks after the BBC docu-series on Prime Minister Modi. What are the reactions that you've heard so far?
Absolutely. In fact, the timing is what is being questioned everywhere. In fact, in Mumbai, we saw two types of protest in the past few weeks. We saw the Tata Institute of Social Studies students who wanted to broadcast as well as play this inside the campus, and at the same time the BJP as well as other political parties who are in the government saying that this shouldn't be played. So yes, all of this has been going on for quite some time, and now this is being questioned. The entire survey timing is being questioned by the opposition, be it the NCP, be it the Congress, be it the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray group. All of them have been questioning this and saying that this is being done because there was a two-part documentary that was released by the BBC, and this was about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the 2002 riots and what happened after he became the Prime Minister of the country. The first part spoke about the 2002 riots, and the second part spoke about what happened after he became the Prime Minister of the country in 2014. And as we know that there were also people who went to the Supreme Court demanding that this should be banned. There were also other people saying that this shouldn't be banned. And in all of this, when these surveys are happening, naturally that the question is the timing of the survey, and that's why the opposition party, be it in Maharashtra or be it across the country, they are questioning that just because the BBC released the two-part documentary, is this the reason that these surveys are being carried out in Delhi and Mumbai?
Sunil, the question of timing is something you also pointed out, that leaders in Delhi are also raising that issue. Of course, it cannot be missed out considering it's just been a few weeks since that BBC docu-series was released, and we saw several university campuses, in fact, wanting to screen that documentary, which was blocked. Clearly, the link is being established between the two. But what is the IT department specifically saying?
Well, I wish there was somebody who could answer that. Even the BJP spokesperson was at loss of words to actually give that answer. He was specifically asked, and he said that's a thing of the government and the income tax authorities in terms of timing. But of course, making a frontal attack against the BBC, calling it a corrupt organization. I really don't think everybody will say that, these are surveys that are being conducted. There's no timing for it. But you have to read between the lines. Any common man, we are standing in the busy street of Barakamba Road, on Kasturba Gandhi Marg Road here, where the Hindustan Times office as well as the BBC office is, and every person walkaby is asking, because of the so much of media presence, what has exactly happened, and they say that there is a raid taking place on BBC, and immediately they conjecture why it has happened. So I'm not going to say anything more than that. The income tax authorities have very categorically said this is a survey, and definitely on the timing, there is really no timing, because the law enforcement agency can do anything at any time, whatever they feel, whenever they are convinced that there has been certain irregularities which they allege in this case.
All right, let me also go across to Arvind, who's joining us with more details. Arvind, do we have a rough time frame as to how long this nature of a survey is usually conducted? Are we hearing anything from your sources on how long these surveys will be conducted both in Delhi and Mumbai?
As per the survey rules under the Income Tax Act, there is a specific rules for conducting surveys, and surveys should always be confined to the office hours. It should always be carried out at the office premises, and the timing of the survey should always be within the office hours. That means somewhere around 10:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. is the office hours time, and then the survey should, in all probability, should be concluded by 6 p.m. And if at all if the agency feels that more needs to be looked into, more account books need to be looked into, then they can continue the next day within the office hours period. So, in all probability, the survey operation will be completed by 6 p.m. today. And again, if the officers, if they want to look into more books, more records, then they might come for the next day also. So this being a survey, the Income Tax Department is saying that this has nothing to do with politics. This is purely based on the information that the Income Tax Department received. And because BBC, despite repeated reminders according to our sources that BBC was not compliant with the data that was sought by the Income Tax Department, and that's why the agency had to carry out this survey operation to look into the books. And like we reported some 3 hours back, that this pertains to alleged irregularities over international taxation and transfer pricing, and that's why the agency is currently carrying out this survey operation.
Neeta, you pointed out that the IT department is clearly saying this is a survey, not a search. Arvind and Sunil have also pointed that out. What is the distinction between the two?
See, as far as these surveys are concerned, Maha, the main differences in the surveys, you cannot conduct these surveys at the residential premises of any individual who is working in that organization. So in this case, it's the BBC. The BBC heads, the head of the organization who heads the functioning here in Delhi. Their residences cannot be searched, only the official premises can be searched. As far as the surveys are concerned, as far as the search or raids are concerned, then any premises located with, associated with that entity or with that person can be searched. But in this case, BBC offices are only being searched. They are being surveyed both in Delhi and in Mumbai. As Arvind was mentioning, it has to do with the international taxation. That is what the income tax authorities sources are telling us off record. They are in fact saying that they needed some clarifications which the BBC officers were not providing the finance ministry, and that is why these surveys are being conducted both in Mumbai and Delhi today. Maha?
All right, Sohit. So, as Neeta was pointing out earlier, till the survey is being conducted, no employee will be allowed to leave the office premises. What is the latest that you're picking up then from the Mumbai office? You're saying out of the 2 offices, the surveys are being conducted in 1, correct?
Well, that's right. There are 2 offices, but the office where we are present is where the BBC Studios office is present, and that is where the entire production work, the post-production work happens. And this is on the 5th floor of the tower that you see behind me, and that is where these officials are present. Now, as we heard Arvind also saying that till 6 p.m. is the time when they can do these surveys, and this is happening at the very office where we are present. On the other office, which is on the linking road, there is no survey, no officials who are present over there. That is the office from where BBC Marathi, the Marathi version of BBC functions from. But nothing is happening on that front, but the officials are present over here. The employees who were present inside at the time when the officials reached, they have been asked to stay inside. Their phones were taken off, as well as their laptops have been taken off. Now, as per our sources, those other employees who did not come, they were asked that there's no need to come to office today. You can work from wherever you are. There's no need to come to office until and unless you are called. So yes, the officials or the employees who were present in the morning will be here at least till the officials don't leave. And as we heard Arvind saying, 6 p.m. is the timing if you are conducting a survey, that till when you can actually go and do the survey inside the office in an official residential area, not into their personal houses. And that is why they are present in this official building of the BBC studio, which is at the near Kalina in Mumbai. And since 11:30 a.m. in fact, it's been more than 5 hours that the officials are present inside, and the survey is currently going on.
All right, Sohit, Neeta, Sunil and Arvind are all going to stay on with us. Let's quickly now watch this report by my colleague Mukesh.
दिल्ली के कस्तूरबा गांधी मार्ग पर इसी इमारत के अंदर छठी मंजिल पर बीबीसी का दफ्तर है, जहां पर सुबह करीब 11:30 बजे इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ यहां पर पहुंची है और ये टीम अभी भी यहां पर मौजूद है। जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के सूत्रों की माने तो वो यहां पर सर्वे करने आई है, साथ में कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स को वेरीफाई करने आई है। आप देखें कि दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो भी यहां पर मौजूद हैं और छठी मंजिल पर जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर अपनी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहे हैं। अभी हालांकि बहुत कुछ साफ नहीं है, लेकिन सूत्रों की माने तो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट यहाँ पर जो सर्वे करने आई है उसमें आरोप ये है कि वित्तीय अनियमितताएं यहाँ पर हुई हैं, क्योंकि ये एक विदेशी मीडिया संस्थान है और काफ़ी सारा पैसा यहाँ से विदेश जाता है और विदेश से भी पैसा आता है, तो कुछ वित्तीय गड़बड़ियाँ हैं जिनकी जांच करने के लिए यहाँ पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम पहुंची है। और अभी जो दफ्तर के अंदर एम्प्लॉई हैं उनको फिलहाल अंदर रहने के लिए कहा गया है और ये भी कहा गया है कि वो जांच में सहयोग करें। उनमें से कई सारे एम्प्लॉई ऐसे हैं जिनके मोबाइल जब्त कर लिए गए हैं, यानी कि वो अब किसी से बात नहीं कर सकते हैं जब तक कि इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम यहाँ पर कार्रवाई कर रही है। आप देखें कि बाहर मीडिया का किस तरह से जमावड़ा है, क्योंकि ये जो बीबीसी है वो एक बड़ा मीडिया संस्थान है और ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जिस तरह से पिछले कुछ सालों में जो बीबीसी का डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म है वो बड़ा है, उसको लोग देखते हैं, तो उस प्लेटफॉर्म में भी कुछ वित्तीय अनियमितताएं हैं ऐसा कहा जा रहा है और उसको लेकर यहाँ पर जो सर्वे है इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट का वो किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली के अलावा मुंबई में भी जो बीबीसी का दफ्तर है वहाँ पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी पहुँचे हुए हैं और वहाँ पर भी सर्वे किया जा रहा है। जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम है उसमें कई अधिकारी आज सुबह 11:30 बजे यहाँ पर पहुँच गए थे और उसके बाद से लगातार यहाँ पर जो सर्वे है वो जारी है। आप देखें कि ये जो इमारत है इसकी छठी मंजिल पर बीबीसी का दफ्तर है, जहाँ पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी पहुँचे हुए हैं, साथ में जो दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम है वो उनको असिस्ट कर रही है। तो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो जो कार्रवाई करता है पहले सर्वे करता है और उसके बाद में फिर आगे की जो कार्रवाई होती है वो की जाती है। लेकिन इस सर्वे में अभी तक क्या कुछ मिला है, किस तरह की गड़बड़ियां हैं, इसको लेकर अभी कुछ भी साफ नहीं है। जो लेन देन से जुड़े कागजात हैं, दस्तावेज हैं, उनको इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम देख रही है, उसकी जांच कर रही है और कई बीबीसी के अधिकारी हैं उनसे यहाँ पर लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। तो ये जो पूरा मामला है इसको तमाम जो लोग हैं वो इस बात से भी जोड़कर देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर हाल ही में बीबीसी ने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई थी और उसको लेकर विवाद हुआ था, ये मामला सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी गया था। उस पूरे मामले को लेकर भी लोग इस मामले से, इस रेट से, इस जो सर्वे हो रहा है उससे जोड़कर देख रहे हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट है उसकी कार्रवाई जारी है और दिल्ली पुलिस के अलावा इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी यहाँ पर इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहे हैं और फिलहाल इस सर्वे के बाद क्या कुछ निकलता है, क्या कार्रवाई होती है, क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिलते हैं, ये हमें देखना होगा।
All right, so while the timing of this survey is under question at the moment, coming weeks after the docu-series by the BBC on Prime Minister Modi, the BJP has hit out though at the BBC. Let's listen into Gaurav Bhatia.
There are larger questions to be asked to the opposition parties who have not even fulfilled their responsibility of exercising restraint. और ये कहना गलत नहीं है। क्यों ऐसा होता है कि कांग्रेस का हाथ देश विरोधियों के साथ हमेशा? पहला सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी से यह पूछना चाहिए सबको। हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता पूछ रही है। अगर एक संस्था, कानूनी संस्था अपना कार्य कर रही है और अभी वो कार्रवाई पूरी भी नहीं हुई है, उसका निचोड़, उसका निष्कर्ष बाहर भी नहीं आया है, किस आधार पर कांग्रेस पार्टी, समाजवादी पार्टी, तमाम विपक्षी दल जो भी देश विरोधी ताकत है उसके साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं।
Let me go back to Neeta and Sohit. Both of them are joining us from Delhi and Mumbai outside the BBC offices. Neeta, do we have any further updates? As Arvind was explaining that the survey can be conducted right up to the office hours. So are we expecting the IT department then to keep on their job till say about 5 to 6 p.m.?
You know, normally, Maha, whenever I have covered these kind of surveys, they go up till for 36 hours. You know, maximum 3 days that they can go on. As far as the timing is concerned, obviously the IT department does not go by the clock, because in many cases I was standing outside the respective offices late at night also. So in this case, we don't know till what time the IT department would be inside and conducting the survey. Interestingly, you know, Maha, there was an interview of the Union Home Minister earlier in the day, which he had given to ANI, in which, you know, he had categorically mentioned the BBC documentary and said that there were many conspiracies against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but every time there's a conspiracy, he has emerged stronger. So today only there was this message by the Union Home Minister in a question which was asked to him by ANI. He categorically said that even though, you know, the opposition has been claiming so many other things, even the international press has been saying something, but Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister has been coming strong. Just within few hours there was this these surveys started. The initial information came at around 11:30 that IT teams have reached both Mumbai and Delhi offices. When I spoke to some income tax officials, they were saying that they needed some clarification regarding international, you know, taxation. That is why these surveys are being conducted. But as far as this timeline is concerned, there is no, you know, hard and fixed rule that they will be in by 9 o'clock and they would be out by 5 p.m. They carry on their surveys as per their own timings. And as far as these, you know, people are concerned who are working there, mostly our editorial department, they have been asked to stay back. Their devices, electronic, whether it's phone, laptop, hard disk, they have been, you know, kept in surveillance by the income tax authorities. In fact, some of the people who are working in BBC offices have also been called in. These devices are taken, you know, when I was asking the income tax authorities, they were saying that they should not be calling anybody, or they should not be deleting any kind of data when these searches or when these surveys are being conducted, because each and every document or each and every message is kind of is treated as an evidence as far as these income tax authorities are concerned. So obviously it's going to be a long day for all those people working in BBC, because these surveys obviously are going to be conducted for very many hours as of now.
All right, Sohit is also with us from Mumbai. Sohit, I want to quickly bring you in for some political reactions that you are getting, considering that the opposition has already pointed out that this is a means. We just heard Mehbooba Mufti's tweet there with her saying that this is a means to stifle the voices of those who are critical of the government.
Now what we know is that it is not only the opposition, but also now the Editors Guild of India has tweeted, in which they have said that the Editors Guild of India is deeply concerned about the IT surveys being carried out at the offices of BBC India, is distressed by the continuing trend of government agencies being used to intimidate and harass news organizations that are critical of the ruling establishment. Since BBC also functions as a media channel as well as on digital, the Editors Guild of India has also stepped in, and even they have issued a tweet in which they have said that they are deeply concerned about these IT surveys. So from the opposition parties across India, which includes several political parties, we saw their tweets, and now even the Editors Guild of India has tweeted about this, questioning the timing. As again and again we have been saying that we know that there were two documentaries, both of them were critical to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. One was when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. The first part focused on the 2002 riots, and there were questions being raised that was everything that could have been done by the Chief Minister was done or not. The second part of the documentary was after he became the Prime Minister of India in 2014, and both of these documentaries were quite critical. In fact, we know that at that time when several of the political parties and their leaders posted the links of these documentaries, those tweets were also deleted by Twitter, and weeks later what we see is that there are surveys going on. That's the reason we are standing over here, and that's why since this all began after BBC's documentary, the timing is in question, and that's why from the opposition party to the Editors Guild of India, everyone is questioning the timing of these IT surveys.
All right, Sohit and Neeta are both going to be with us. We'll also be getting Sunil and Arvind for more details. But these are the pictures that are coming in at the moment. On the right-hand side of your television screens, you can see these visuals that have come in from inside the BBC office after the IT department said it was carrying out a survey, not a search, as they are drawing that distinction. This survey, they say, is with regards to certain irregularities, alleged irregularities rather, in international taxation and transfer pricing involving the BBC. However, the opposition raising the questions about the timing of this survey, considering it's coming just weeks after the BBC docu-series on Prime Minister Modi. Remember, the Ministry of External Affairs had come out with a statement calling it a propaganda at that time and saying that the documentary is not for viewing in India. That means it was blocked for viewing in India. However, we saw a lot of university campuses and students wanting to screen the documentary, and it did happen in several campuses. We did see students screening that docu-series. The BBC Delhi and Mumbai offices are where this survey is being conducted by the IT department at the moment. The survey started this morning at around 10:30, 11 a.m. We're taking a very quick break right now, but we'll be back with more details. Stay with us.
Invest One.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old.
Income tax officials are conducting a survey at BBC's Delhi and Mumbai offices. They have seized the phones and laptops of the employees who are inside the premises. This comes weeks after a massive controversy over the UK broadcaster's docu-series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The taxmen sealed off the offices for a survey linked to alleged irregularities in the international taxation and transfer pricing involving the BBC, that's the British Broadcasting Corporation. As per sources, the documents were seized and phones and laptops of journalists were taken away. As per the sources, their offices were sealed for a survey and the employees were asked not to call anyone. What is the difference now between a survey and a searches that the IT department conducts? Let's now try and understand that. Here's a former IT official explaining the difference.
Section 133A of Income Tax Act authorizes income tax authorities to conduct survey. By survey, what is meant is inspection at the spot. Survey can be conducted of the premises where business or profession is conducted. Income tax authorities cannot seize anything during survey. Those powers are different. Those seizure can be made only under search provisions. So, but under the survey, the authorities can inspect, can place marks of identification, they can take copies, they can take extracts of the books of accounts, documents.
All right, let me go across to Sunil Prabhu and Anita Sharma, both of them joining us with the very latest. Sunil, we just heard a former IT department official explaining the difference between a survey and a search, and he's saying that in a survey, the electronic devices cannot be seized. So what do we make of the fact that the employees have been asked to keep away their electronic devices today?
Well, this is a standard operating practice. This is something that is now written in stone when income tax conducts a survey, that immediately you don't have any contact with the outside world. That is the basic understanding for which they go ahead with this entire exercise. The reason being very simple, that there should be no communication with an external agency when the inquiry is being conducted by the income tax authorities. One, for basically to be able to satisfy themselves while that survey is being taking place, why certain documents are where it is, what is the reason. There are certain compliances that are required by law for legal authorities, and that's the reason behind it. But having said that, it is definitely a big harassment and a deterrent for the people who are in the news business, especially an organization like the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation. The fact that at this present juncture they are being denied an opportunity to report or telecast or do their own work because of these requirements which are taking place by the income tax authorities, and a survey which is ostensibly more towards administration and, as you pointed out, transfer pricing, about profit sharing and various other issues.
Anita will help us understand better those details under which this survey is being conducted. Nita, what exactly is the allegation that is being levelled against the BBC here?
See, as of now, Maha, only sources are indicating that as far as these surveys are concerned, the allegations are there regarding international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities which were noticed. So the team, as far as the IT is concerned, IT official needed some clarification, and that is why they have reached both Mumbai and Delhi offices to conduct these surveys. As far as these seizure of phones or electronic devices is concerned, as Sunil was mentioning, there is no hard and fast rule that they have not seized the phones. They have just asked the employees not to get in touch with anyone from outside the BBC office where the survey is being conducted, and not to delete any kind of message or any kind of document which is stored in their phones or in their laptops or in their hard disks. So any kind of documentation should not be erased. That is why these phones were kept with these officials, with the income tax officials who are right now conducting these searches. In fact, Maha, as earlier Sohit was also mentioning, Editors Guild have also come out with a statement in which they have also said that they are also concerned about the IT surveys being carried out at the BBC offices in India. It is distressed. They are also distressed that the continuing trend of the government agencies being used to intimidate and harass news organizations that are critical of ruling establishment. We all know that there was a two-part series of BBC in which the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was targeted. In fact, the second part of the documentary also showed various other aspects as to what is happening in the country. So these two documentaries were talked about. They were also discussed in Parliament. Now there is a lot of political reaction also on these two documentaries. But now, as far as these income tax authorities are concerned, they are saying that they are just going by the book of law, and they are only conducting service because certain irregularities were noticed in the international, taxation bit, and that is why these surveys are being conducted. Maha?
So, what is the procedure like, Neeta? How long are surveys conducted, and do surveys then lead to searches as well?
It all depends as to what you seize and what you try to derive out of whatever that you have, searched, and whatever you have scanned through, whatever documents that you have got. These surveys, normally go up till 36 to 48 hours, 3 days also. Most of the surveys that I have, covered when I have stood outside those very offices which were being surveyed upon, 3 days, these continuous surveys were being conducted. In fact, some of the employees were not even asked to leave those offices for 3 continuous days. So those situations have also been there. As far as these IT department sleuths are concerned, they come in an entire team, they barrage you with large numbers. As far as this Hindustan Times building is concerned, where the BBC offices is located, there also the surveys are being conducted, and also in Mumbai offices also the survey is being conducted by the income tax authorities. But as of now, they have not issued any kind of statement. Off record only, they are saying that certain clarifications were needed from the BBC officials, and that is why these premises are now being surveyed upon.
Neeta, if it is being said that there was some non-compliance that had been on for some time now, there are questions being raised about the timing. So is the IT department saying anything about that, or they are skirting that subject because it's rather political in nature?
See, as far as these IT department is concerned, obviously they are delinking the two. They are saying it has got nothing to do with the timing, it has got nothing to do with the documentaries, it has got nothing to do with what they had put out in their stories. It is, their independent investigation, because they on their own keep conducting these kind of surveys, analyzing the documents as far as these taxations are concerned. And in one of those routine surveys, when some discrepancies were noticed by the BBC authorities, that is why some clarifications are being sought by their officers, by the officials who work here in Delhi and Mumbai, and that is why these surveys are being conducted.
All right, Neeta May, thanks for joining us with all those details. In fact, this morning when the surveys started at the BBC office here in Delhi specifically, Mukesh sent us this report. Let's watch it.
दिल्ली के कस्तूरबा गांधी मार्ग पर इसी इमारत के अंदर 6ठी मंजिल पर बीबीसी का दफ्तर है, जहां पर सुबह करीब 11:30 बजे इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ यहां पर पहुंची है और ये टीम अभी भी यहां पर मौजूद है। जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के सूत्रों की माने तो वो यहां पर सर्वे करने आई है, साथ में कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स को वेरीफाई करने आई है। आप देखें कि दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और 6ठी मंजिल पर जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर अपनी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहे हैं। अभी हालांकि बहुत कुछ साफ नहीं है, लेकिन सूत्रों की माने तो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट यहाँ पर जो सर्वे करने आई है उसमें आरोप ये है कि वित्तीय अनियमितताएं यहाँ पर हुई हैं, क्योंकि ये एक विदेशी मीडिया संस्थान है और काफ़ी सारा पैसा यहाँ से विदेश जाता है और विदेश से भी पैसा आता है। तो कुछ वित्तीय गड़बड़ियाँ हैं जिनकी जांच करने के लिए यहाँ पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम पहुँची है और अभी जो दफ्तर के अंदर एम्प्लॉई हैं उनको फिलहाल अंदर रहने के लिए कहा गया है और ये भी कहा गया है कि वो जाँच में सहयोग करें। उनमें से कई सारे एम्प्लॉई ऐसे हैं जिनके मोबाइल जब्त कर लिए गए हैं, यानी कि वो अब किसी से बात नहीं कर सकते हैं जब तक कि इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम यहाँ पर कार्रवाई कर रही है। आप देखें कि बाहर मीडिया का किस तरह से जमावड़ा है, क्योंकि ये जो बीबीसी है वो एक बड़ा मीडिया संस्थान है और ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जिस तरह से पिछले कुछ सालों में जो बीबीसी का डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म है वो बड़ा है, उसको लोग देखते हैं तो उस प्लेटफॉर्म में भी कुछ वित्तीय अनियमितताएं हैं ऐसा कहा जा रहा है और उसको लेकर यहाँ पर जो सर्वे है इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट का वो किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली के अलावा मुंबई में भी जो बीबीसी का दफ्तर है वहाँ पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी पहुँचे हुए हैं और वहाँ पर भी सर्वे किया जा रहा है। जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम है उसमें कई अधिकारी आज सुबह 11:30 बजे यहाँ पर पहुँच गए थे और उसके बाद से लगातार यहाँ पर जो सर्वे है वो जारी है। आप देखें कि ये जो इमारत है इसकी 6ठी मंजिल पर बीबीसी का दफ्तर है, जहां पर इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी पहुंचे हुए हैं। साथ में जो दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम है वो उनको असिस्ट कर रही है। तो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो जो कार्रवाई करता है, पहले सर्वे करता है और उसके बाद में फिर आगे की जो कार्रवाई होती है वो की जाती है। लेकिन इस सर्वे में अभी तक क्या कुछ मिला है, किस तरह की गड़बड़ियां हैं, इसको लेकर अभी कुछ भी साफ नहीं है। जो लेन देन से जुड़े कागजात हैं, दस्तावेज हैं, उनको इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की टीम देख रही है, उसकी जांच कर रही है और कई बीबीसी के अधिकारी हैं, उनसे यहाँ पर लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। तो ये जो पूरा मामला है इसको तमाम जो लोग हैं वो इस बात से भी जोड़कर देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर हाल ही में बीबीसी ने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई थी और उसको लेकर विवाद हुआ था, ये मामला सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी गया था। उस पूरे मामले को लेकर भी लोग इस मामले से, इस रेट से, इस जो सर्वे हो रहा है उससे जोड़कर देख रहे हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल जो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट है उसकी कार्रवाई जारी है और दिल्ली पुलिस के अलावा इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी यहाँ पर इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहे हैं। और फिलहाल इस सर्वे के बाद क्या कुछ निकलता है, क्या कार्रवाई होती है, क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिलते हैं, ये हमें देखना होगा।
So almost 5 hours of survey that is being conducted by the IT officials in both the Delhi and the Mumbai offices of the British Broadcasting Corporation, that's the BBC. This is a survey as per the IT officials with regards to what they say are alleged irregularities in the international taxation and transfer pricing involving the BBC. But of course, the timing here is in question, considering this survey comes just weeks after a controversial BBC docu-series on Prime Minister Modi. We're taking a very quick break now. We'll be back with a lot more. Stay with us.
11. Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV. Only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का।
Good evening, I'm Sneha Koshi, and the big story that we have been tracking is what is happening with the BBC offices, whether it be in Delhi or in Mumbai. Income tax officials have reached the BBC officials in Delhi and Mumbai earlier today. They have claimed they are at the BBC office to conduct, quote-unquote, a survey. This comes week after a huge controversy over the UK national broadcaster's documentary series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots. According to sources, the taxmen were carrying out a survey over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. The phones of some of the journalists were taken away, according to sources, and the tax officials have claimed this is a survey and not a search. Meanwhile, the opposition in India has hit back at the centre and called the action, quote-unquote, predictable and a sign of panic. However, the BJP has come down heavily on the British broadcaster, calling it, quote-unquote, the most corrupt organisation in the world. The ruling party also attacked Congress, saying it supports anti-India narratives. BBC has meanwhile issued a statement saying they are fully cooperating with authorities and hope the situation is resolved soon. I'm being joined by my colleagues Sunil as well as Sohit. Let's go over to Sohit first. Sohit, you're outside the Mumbai office, and Sunil, you're outside the Delhi BBC office. Sohit, what's happening in Mumbai?
Well, if we talk about Mumbai, the IT surveys are going at this very building now. This is the Windsor building on which 5th floor the BBC studio office is present. In Mumbai, if we talk about the BBC, there are two offices. One is where we are present, where the IT survey is going on, and another office is also present at the linking road, which is near Bandra, where the Marathi news channel of BBC Marathi runs from there. However, there is no survey going on the other side. Now, as you could see, the security has been increased. Each and every car that is going on, they have been asking them where are they going. The media isn't allowed to go ahead from here, and since 11:30 what we know about is that the IT officials have reached over here, and since then the survey is going on. Now, the mobile phones as well as the laptops of several journalists and other people who were present in Delhi have been seized, and similar things are being happening here as well. Now, where I am present, this is the BBC studio where the production as well as the post-production work of the BBC goes on, and the employees who are present, they haven't been asked to leave. They are still present inside. Their phones were also seized is what the information that we have. As of now, there are political reactions. If we talk about what is happening in Mumbai, Uddhav Thackeray has said that the survey on BBC's office is unconstitutional. If voice will be raised by you, then they will sack you. This is to control constitution. This is a trial for bringing slavery under the government. Now, obviously, the opposition is also questioning the timing of the survey, because we know that there was a two-part documentary that was recently released by the BBC, and both of these parts were critical to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And few weeks later, what we know is that a survey of income tax is going on in Delhi and Mumbai. Sanjay Raut has also right now tweeted where he is saying that the timing of the raids on BBC no more suggests but establishes that India is fast losing its democratic image. India's democracy is under siege. Judiciary and journalism are the last surviving bastions. We will fight to the last drop of our blood for Indian democracy. Jai Hind. So yes, the politicians, especially the opposition parties, have started to speak out. Apart from that, even the Editors Guild of India has tweeted in which they have said that EGI is deeply concerned about the IT surveys being carried out at the offices of BBC India. It is distressed by the continuing trend of government agencies being used to intimidate and harass news organizations that are critical of ruling establishments. So from Editor Guilds of India to the opposition, all of them are questioning the timing of these survey. But as of now, what we can say from here is that the Mumbai police officials are also present. No one is allowed to get inside this building except the employees of the offices that are present. The BBC studio office is on the 5th floor, and since 11:30, what we know about is that the IT officials are over here and the surveys continue from 11:30 this morning.
Right. So please stay on with us. We are being joined by Sunil Prabhu as well in Delhi. Sunil, what is the update from Delhi? What are the scenes outside the BBC headquarters?
Well, the crowd still continues to gather. They're waiting for the income tax to complete what is called a survey operation, which has started early this morning. And it's in that backdrop that they will be waiting. There are two aspects, the transfer pricing and the other, of course, of diversion of profits, which they are critically looking at. And once that is completed, we are hoping that the search operations will be over. Having said that, everybody knows about the timing of the raid, as has been pointed out by the opposition, in the backdrop of BBC having a documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which was telecast not in India but across the world and in UK, and yet there have been certain apprehensions, and that is why the Indian government banned it out here. Subsequently, of course, we have seen a petition being filed in the Supreme Court for banning the BBC and its operations in India, including an NIA investigation into the entire documentary that was put out. The Supreme Court, of course, rejected that and said it was misconceived, and we don't believe in censorship. And it's in that context now that we are seeing these search operations, which will have repercussions not only nationally but internationally, especially as India gets ready to be the host country for the G20. And it's in that backdrop that this kinds of survey will definitely not help the Indian image to a great extent.
Right, Sunil, please stay on with us. And what you are mentioning right now about how India is going to be seen in the light of these quote-unquote surveys being conducted on BBC and the timing being questioned. Now, the Editors Guild of India has also come out with a statement. And let me read this out. Editors Guild of India is deeply concerned about the IT surveys being carried out at the offices of BBC India, is distressed by the continuing trend of government agencies being used to intimidate and harass news organizations that are critical of ruling establishments. Sunil, so just talking about what you were mentioning, the timing behind what is being seen by the opposition with these searches, or with what the government has claimed to be the survey being conducted at BBC. The Editors Guild of India has also come out and said that it is deeply concerned by attempts to intimidate and harass news organizations that are critical of ruling establishment. Editors Guild of India not mincing words in this.
Absolutely, yeah, because BBC is not the first and won't be the last. There have been umpteen occasions before, and it's in that backdrop that people will be definitely looking at this entire aspect. This is something that even Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, who's the BJP spokesperson and who called the BBC one of the most corrupt corporations, saying working in hand in tandem with the Congress and the opposition parties, and he gave that entire spiel. But even then, he could not explain the timing, and that's something he said is left to the government and the law enforcement agencies. And anybody, as I said earlier, a common man on the street here on the Kasturba Gandhi Road. This is a very busy commercial district of New Delhi. It's in the heart of the city, and everybody's asking us what exactly has happened. And when they're told, then they immediately conjecture the reason behind the raid.
Right, and Sunil, stay on with us even as we continue this updates from you. Let's just let our viewers listen to what was happening inside the BBC building in Delhi, something that was shared earlier today. And we'll come back to you on more details that you may have. Let's listen in.
आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हैं आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हैं आप लोग ऐसे बिना वारंट के गेट खोलेंगे वारंट आपको पता है वारंट शीट हो चुका है लिखा हुआ वारंट तब एंटर किया इट्स ओके चलो आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हैं आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हैं आप लोग ऐसे बिना वारंट के गेट खोलेंगे वारंट आपको पता है वारंट शीट हो चुका है लिखा हुआ वारंट तब एंटर किया इट्स ओके चलो आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हैं आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हैं आप लोग ऐसे बिना वारंट के गेट खोलेंगे वारंट आपको पता है वारंट शीट हो चुका है लिखा हुआ वारंट तब एंटर किया इट्स ओके चलो आप लोग फोन रखो इधर आराम से तो बात करो भैया फोन गेट खुलवा रहे हैं आप 10 मिनट से गेट कौन खुलवा रहे हैं आप लोग ऐसे बिना वारंट के गेट खोलेंगे वारंट आपको पता है वारंट शीट हो चुका है लिखा हुआ वारंट तब एंटर किया इट्स ओके
Okay, these were the scenes of altercation from the BBC office in Delhi earlier today. You could see the official here saying that there is a warrant and the building has been sealed. The others in the building asking for the warrant to be produced for whatever operations that were planned at that time within BBC. A heated exchange of words or an altercation here with in a loud voice. But what is the context? How should this, what the government claims to be survey on a certain issue with reference to the international payments, as well as what the opposition is claiming, how should this survey, quote unquote, be seen? What is the context? We spoke to a former IT official. Let's listen in.
Section 133A of Income Tax Act authorizes income tax authorities to conduct survey. By survey, what is meant is inspection at the spot. Survey can be conducted of the premises where business or profession is conducted. Income tax authorities cannot seize anything during survey. Those powers are different. Those seizure can be made only under search provisions. So, but under the survey, the authorities can inspect, can place marks of identification, they can take copies, they can take extracts of the books of accounts, documents.
So what is this entire controversy around? Well, the opposition has claimed that it is more to do with the fact that there were these documentary series of the BBC on Prime Minister Modi vis-a-vis the 2002 Gujarat riots. The government has said that this is totally different and that BBC is an absolutely anti-India institution. But let's take you through the timeline. 17th of January, the BBC documentary India, the Modi Question is released. Just about 3 days from then, on the 20th of January, BBC documentary is blocked by the centre. Now, what do you mean by blocked by the centre? It essentially means that the centre has not banned the documentary per se, but using its emergency powers or provisions under the IT Act, has asked for social media sites, including YouTube, Twitter, to take down links that would be sharing this BBC documentary or the links of the BBC documentary from the social media sites. So on 20th January, 3 days since the 17th January release, Centre has asked for these links to be blocked, or for the BBC documentary to be blocked. On 1st February, the plea to ban BBC entirely reaches top court. 3rd February, plea against the blocking of BBC series is heard in the top court. 10th February, the Hindu Sena plea to ban BBC is entirely dismissed by the top court. And on 14th February, the IT department surveys at BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. And in between all of this, of course, there have been a lot of protests. There have been a lot of on-demand screenings by students in different campuses across India, where either students have managed to screen them on their computers, on their laptops, or in small gatherings as well on the larger screens, or there have been police action, a police crackdown after the university or the college whatsoever would have asked them not to go ahead and screen, refusing any permission. There have been protests that have turned violent as well, with the police crackdown, where we've seen that the police crackdowns on the protesters outside JNU as well as Jamia. We've seen. Let's just quickly go in and listen to what the BJP has spoken about this.
There are larger questions to be asked to the opposition parties who have not even fulfilled their responsibility of exercising restraint. और ये कहना गलत नहीं है. क्यों ऐसा होता है कि कांग्रेस का हाथ देश विरोधियों के साथ हमेशा? पहला सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी से यह पूछना चाहिए सबको. हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता पूछ रही है. अगर एक संस्था, कानूनी संस्था अपना कार्य कर रही है और अभी वो कार्रवाई पूरी भी नहीं हुई है, उसका निचोड़, उसका निष्कर्ष बाहर भी नहीं आया है, किस आधार पर कांग्रेस पार्टी, समाजवादी पार्टी, तमाम विपक्षी दल जो भी देश विरोधी ताकत है उसके साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं?
Right, and let's just go over to my colleague Sanket Upadhyay. Sanket, a lot around the BBC docu-series as well as what is now being seen as the survey per se. Legally, how does this stand, Sanket?
All right, joining us right now is Mr. Siddharth Luthra, is a senior advocate of the Supreme Court, also the former additional Solicitor General. Thank you very much, Mr. Luthra, for joining us. For the common man, if you could help us understand, I'll tell you what the statement reads out. What does this actually mean, Mr. Luthra? If we could use your expertise right now. This statement says that this survey is being carried out because of non-compliance under transfer pricing rules, persistent and deliberately violative of transfer pricing norms, and deliberately diverting significant amounts of profits by not following the arm's length arrangement in the case of allocation of profit. Mr. Luthra, what does this mean?
Unfortunately, I'm not privy to how the BBC business is structured here, but I understand that it's a survey. Now, a survey can be done if the government or the income tax authorities, which are designated for this purpose, believe that there is an evasion of tax. That is the purpose behind doing such a survey. And that is the purpose behind permitting such a survey, and that's what it does. So the whole basis of a survey is the authorities come into the office, they come into an office, and they must come into an office, not into a residence. And they will examine the books of account, try and see what is available, and then give certain instructions and then leave. They don't necessarily seize articles. There is a distinction in law between a survey and a raid, and that's absolutely right. And that is the point. And it's a kind of it's a visit with, of course, the necessary support of the officers of the income tax, who will then go, and if a person obstructs that visit, then action can be taken against the individual concerned. This is, there are some press briefings saying that their phones have been taken away, etc. It is possible, as it happens often, that phones, etc., communications are not allowed to be used. Outside communication is stopped during the period of the survey, but it is not a seizure, because that's a separate provision. And of course, if articles are being seized as contended, then it is no longer just a mere survey, but it is a search and seizure operation, which is a distinct power exercised by the income tax authorities.
Could you help us understand the difference between these? So search and seizure, which may also be known as a raid, and on the other hand, a survey exercise, which the statement very clearly says that this is. In a survey, I'm assuming that this would be just a preliminary exercise to check the books of accounts. Beyond that, they cannot seize anything. But what do they do with this survey exercise?
So what is done in a survey is that the documents and the records are seen. It's a surprise visit to see documents and records and to make a noting which is in contemplation of further action which may take place subsequently. At this point, they do not seize articles. However, they can instruct the authorities not to remove the articles from the premises, and that the articles concerned are to be retained in the form that they were as on the date of the survey. So that's the whole purpose of the survey. It is a step lower than search and seizure, because the standard of search and seizure is much graver. Here, there is only an attempt to find out whether at all there has been an evasion of tax, whereas in a search and seizure, there is information which the authorities ought to have in their hand, by which they can go, by which they have a belief that there is a breach of the income tax law, there is a breach of evasion of tax, or other breaches under the income tax law. And for that purpose, the officers go and search and seize certain articles, including money which may have been evaded, or books of account, or records, or other material which is available with the persons concerned who are under search or seizure or raid, as we may call it in colloquial terms.
Mr. Luthra, would you be able to comment on what exactly is meant by diverting amounts of profits and not keeping an arm's length in the case of allocation of profit? Because, you know, this becomes a little complicated as BBC is not an Indian entity. This is an international organization.
So I don't know really the structure that BBC has set up in India, but I would assume that BBC has an office which is operating separately, and therefore I'm a little surprised on how they've talked about non-compliance of transfer pricing, because it's possibly an issue of payments made overseas, and I'm frankly at a bit of a loss to understand how they apply transfer pricing, because it's without the relevant facts. And I'm a little, I would say we will need to know more once things open up, but right now it's too early to say.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we were wondering this too. So, you know, you would basically say, in your wisdom, that more analysis is required on what exactly is wrong over here. Could this potentially be a case where the Indian arm of this international organization is transferring its profits maybe to a different entity or abroad? I mean, these are issues on which we do not have clarity, Mr. Luthra.
We have absolutely limited clarity. All we know is that, as you said earlier, there's a survey on. The purpose of the survey is also, as you indicated, a little complex, needs a lot more understanding, and I think that understanding will develop over a period of time.
My final question, Mr. Luthra, what are the legal options available for an entity like the BBC in India?
Well, the primary option, the option is to go to court and say the survey is unwarranted and unaccounted for, and if there has been if there has been excess of power used during the survey, then the officers can, then the action of the officers can be questioned on that. But by and large, normally surveys are not always challenged because there are precursor to a search or seizure. So I think this is something which is this, the situation is very fluid at this stage. And as more facts emerge, we'll have a better position as to what the reality is and what remedies ought to be exercised in this circumstance.
All right. Mr. Siddharth Luthra, many thanks for joining us with your views. Thank you so much.
Namaskar, this is Amitabh Bachchan. Welcome to a new season in our journey towards good health for all Indians.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV.
Welcome back. And the story that we are very closely following is about what the government claims to be the survey which is being conducted on BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. But a lot of questions by opposition, particularly with the timing, and opposition alleging raids, saying that this is in line just days after the controversial docu-series of the BBC. But let's take you a quick roundup of the various perspectives in this. The income tax officials have reached the BBC office in Delhi and Mumbai earlier today. They have claimed they are at the BBC office to conduct a survey. This comes weeks after huge controversy over the UK national broadcaster's documentary series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and allegations linked to the 2002 Gujarat riots. According to sources, the taxmen were carrying out a survey over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. The phones of some journalists were taken away, according to sources. Tax officials have claimed that this is to be a survey, not a search. Opposition leaders have hit back at the centre and called it an action which is predictable and a sign of panic, quote unquote. However, the BJP came down heavily on the British broadcaster, calling it the most corrupt organisation in the world. The ruling party also attacked Congress, saying it supports anti-India narrative. We're being joined by Saurabh Shukla right now, who's outside the BBC office in Delhi. Saurabh, what is happening? What are the updates that you can give us? Employees, of course, have been asked not to use their cell phones, those who are at least inside the building.
Absolutely, Sneha. I have two of my friends who are working with BBC. They're also inside. I'm trying to message them, but they're not replying. So it means that their phone and their laptops are with the income tax officials. In fact, they were told not to go outside the premises of office. We'll just zoom and show. This is the Hindustan Times building just near to Connaught Place of Delhi, and BBC office is there at 5th and 6th floor of this building. So we are just zooming and showing you those floors where this income tax survey is on. In fact, the BBC journalists who were there at the time when IT team entered the office. In fact, we have that video also. They were seeking a warrant, search warrant, and ID card of income tax officials as well. Later, they shown them the warrant, and the team entered in the premises of BBC. Definitely, there will be questions regarding the timing of this survey. But according to government sources related to income tax is saying that BBC has violated the policy, international taxation policy, the transfer pricing policy, and they have illegally diverted the profit from India. That's what income tax is saying, and they've said that BBC was warned earlier also regarding this violation, but BBC did not listen. That is why they are conducting this survey at BBC's Delhi and Mumbai office. But a very important point, Sneha, that if I'm a journalist, I'm a reporter, I speak to a lot of sources, and if you are taking my phone away, that is clear that it is a violation of that right we all journalists have. So that is something which is very worrying, and that is why opposition is raising caution over this. Definitely, I'm not doubting the intention of income tax officials. Definitely, they are not there to check the data on the phones of journalists, but they are there to see the financial transactions. We've been told that income tax officials are transferring the data, the financial transactional data, the balance sheets, all those data to themselves, to their laptops from the BBC systems. So that process is underway. They are questioning the team of finance department as well. We've been told there are 24 officials of income tax who are conducting these surveys. So this survey is on. It's been 5 hours. This survey is on at BBC and BBC's Delhi and Mumbai office. We have covered when income tax surveyed News Laundry office, and income tax had also surveyed a News Click office, Bharat Samachar's office in Lucknow as well. This is not the first time income tax is conducting survey at a media outlet. This is the 5th or 6th time they are doing it. So definitely opposition is reacting over this survey. Aam Aadmi Party also held a press conference. Congress is also raising questions, and we have covered that how when students of Jamia, JNU and Delhi University, they were screening the documentary which was made by BBC publicly. They were arrested. Section 144 was also imposed. The heavy deployment, we have covered all that. So after that, Hindu Sena also came to protest at this office of BBC, demanding that BBC should be banned in India, and petition was also filed in Supreme Court. So a lot of BJP politicians also, after that documentary, they were raising questions over BBC. So definitely timing is a major issue. The survey is on. BBC has just come up with one release of 2 lines saying that income tax officials are at Delhi and Mumbai offices of BBC. We are cooperating, and hopefully we'll resolve it soon. So we are expecting a bigger press release from BBC when income tax gets out of BBC office. Definitely, so far BBC office is totally sealed. The workers who are there, the journalists who are there, the team of financial department of BBC, they are there. They are not allowed to speak outside. They are not allowed to go outside. So that is what it is happening here at Delhi's BBC office. Sneha.
Now that you are mentioning about the timing, let's, for our viewers, for the benefit of our viewers, take our viewers through the timeline of what has happened. Stay with us, we'll come back to you. But how did all of this begin? The controversy around BBC. On 17th of January is when the BBC documentary India the Modi Question was released. 3 days later, 20th January, was when the BBC documentary was blocked by the centre, which means that the centre asked for social media sites like the Twitter and YouTube to take down the links of this BBC documentary. They've used their special powers under the IT Act. 1st February is when the plea to ban BBC entirely reached the top court. 3rd February, the plea against the blocking of BBC series was heard in the court. 10th February, the Hindu Sena plea to ban BBC was entirely dismissed by the top court. And 14th of February, the IT department surveys at the BBC office in Delhi and Mumbai begin. That is what we are reporting right now. Saurabh, while you're talking about the timing and what the opposition has hit out at the centre for, particularly with connections to what has happened after the protest screenings of BBC documentaries in several campuses across India. What are you hearing from your sources? Is there any response from the government on why this survey has to be done now, particularly today, considering BBC has been functioning in India for decades?
Sneha, you also covered all these surveys, and whenever you ask them about the timing, is there any political vendetta, income tax department clearly says that we have nothing to do with government. We are independent agency. We follow our leads. We follow. We are conducting this independently. We have nothing to do with politics and the politicians of the country. And Gaurav Bhatia, who official spokesperson of BJP, he did give a media bite saying that whosoever will not abide by the law of the land, the law of India, action will be taken against them. So definitely, that's what opposition is saying, that BBC has been working in India for so many years. But why this survey? after the screening, after this documentary on Gujarat riots, and when INB ministry blocked several links of that documentary on YouTube, on Facebook and on Twitter as well. That time also there was a lot of resistance from the civil society, from journalists, from opposition as well. And then after the plea was, obviously that plea was filed in Supreme Court by Hindu Sena, and we all saw the way police arrested the students of Jamia. They were dragged. I in fact covered that in the last week of January, or that day, the way students were dragged and they were put inside the police vehicle, and section 144 was imposed. There was heavy deployment of rapid action force to CRPF to Delhi police just to stop students from screening that documentary. So definitely the timing has been questioned, and after that whole controversy, this income tax survey will raise the question over the freedom of press in India. And definitely we are going to host G20. A lot of leaders are also tweeting. CPIM left MPs, they have also raised a question that how India is going to answer to G20 regarding the freedom of press in India. So a lot of these questions are there, but income tax is clearly saying that they are here because BBC violated the transfer pricing policy. They diverted profits illegally. That is the violation of Indian law. That is why they are conducting this survey. Sneha.
Saurabh, thank you. We'll come back to you for more details, but let's quickly dip into what the Prime Minister is speaking. He's been speaking to his French counterpart.
A very good relationship with Airbus. With Guillaume and his team have been incredible in the way they have worked with us for almost 2 years, even before we officially won the contract of Air India. And today I'm happy to say that we have signed a letter of intent to acquire 250 aircrafts, 40 of them on the wide body A350, which we will use to fly all ultra long distance across the globe, and 210 narrow body. And we have also have significant options to increase the fleet order once we grow. And the relationship with Airbus is particularly important because it is developing to be a very good 360-degree relationship between Tata Group and Airbus. We already are manufacturing or about to manufacture the C295 aircrafts for our defense, and we have relationships in technology services, engineering, and IT. We are really working on bigger partnerships, and one of our ambitions for this country is to bring in the commercial aircraft manufacturing at some point in time in the future. We have teams aligned on both sides, and we see this moment as a most significant moment for the Tata Group's Air India, Indian aviation, and for manufacturing sector in India. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India, and President Macron, you and your government, for all the support we continue to receive. I would only like to say that your administration here, which is based in India, have been extremely proactive and reaching out to us and helping us all the time. So I want to thank both of you and express my gratitude.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Guillaume Faury, CEO Airbus, to deliver his remarks.
Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, Monsieur le Président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, dear ministers and dear friends from Tata Sons, dear Ratan, dear Chandra, and of course, dear Campbell from Air India. Today is a historic moment for India, for Air India and for Airbus. And at Airbus, we are very proud and grateful that the Tata Group has chosen the A350 and the A320neo to script Air India's revival. The magnitude of the Air India order, the size of the 250 planes that Chandra just explained, demonstrates the appetite for growth in the Indian aviation industry. It's the fastest growing in the world. India is indeed on the verge of an international air travel revolution, and we are humbled at Airbus that our partnership with the Tata Group will contribute to this new chapter. The time is right for India to turn into an international hub, and we believe the Airbus A350 will trigger a change of paradigm in the long-haul travel that matches the aspiration of India and its people. The A350 will turn into the new flagship of India's transcontinental service, whereas the A320neo will remain the undisputed flagship for a domestic and regional service. But we do not see India just as a growth market. At Airbus, we see India as a strategic, industrial, and technological hub, offering the right mix of competencies and competitiveness. Which is why we have developed a fully fledged engineering center in Bengaluru, employing a few thousands of people and growing very fast. We are constantly increasing our sourcing and our manufacturing in India. Today, every Airbus, be it a commercial aircraft or a helicopter, has technologies and parts designed and made in India. So while the Air India aircraft will ultimately be finally assembled in Germany and France, in Europe, many of their components and parts will come from Indian companies, and critical technologies will come, and we're growing in that dimension, from the Airbus India Engineering Center in Bengaluru. We're also committed to catalyzing the growth of the local aviation ecosystem with the establishment of a state-of-the-art engineers training, digital and MRO capabilities. Our local footprint is a testament to our commitment to developing the Indian aviation and aerospace industry. We make in India, we design in India, we innovate in India, and we train also in India. Airbus has strong affinities to India and is keen to weave our destiny together. Make in India is at the heart of the Airbus strategy in India, and the C295 program demonstrates Airbus' commitment to supporting, dear Prime Minister, your vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. With the Tata Group, I'd like to say Airbus has the most trusted and respected partner. We have grown, as Chandra explained, a very close relationship in the last 2 years, and this is placing the two companies in a very good place to work together and develop India as a leading and sustainable aviation market. Chandra, we believed and we continue to believe in your vision for Air India and for India. So India is well on its way to achieving its ambition in the aerospace and defense sector, and Airbus will continue to be a very strong partner in this journey. Thank you very much again for your trust, and looking forward to working together now.
Thank you, Mr. Fowry. I would now request Honorable Prime Minister to address this special event.
Your Excellency, my friend, President Emmanuel Macron, Sri Piyush Goyal, Commerce and Industry Minister, Sri Jyotiraditya Scindia, Minister of Civil Aviation, Sri Ratan Tata, Chairman of Tata Trust, Sri N. Chandrasekharan, Chairman Tata Sons, Mr. Campbell Wilson, CEO Air India, Mr. Guillaume Faury, CEO Airbus. सबसे पहले मैं एयर इंडिया और एयरबस को इस लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़ने के लिए मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो को मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद करता हूं। यह महत्वपूर्ण डील भारत और फ्रांस के गहराते संबंधों के साथ साथ भारत के सिविल एविएशन सेक्टर की सफलताओं और आकांक्षाओं को भी दर्शाती है। आज हमारा सिविल एविएशन सेक्टर भारत के विकास का अभिन्न हिस्सा है। सिविल एविएशन को मजबूत करना हमारी नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रेटेजी का एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है। पिछले 8 वर्षों में भारत में हवाई अड्डों की संख्या 74 से उछलकर 147 हो गई है, यानी लगभग 2 गुनी बढ़त। हमारी रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी स्कीम उड़ान के माध्यम से देश के सुदूर हिस्सों की एयर कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ रहे हैं, जिससे लोगों के आर्थिक एवं सामाजिक विकास को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। निकट भविष्य में भारत एविएशन सेक्टर में विश्व का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा मार्केट बनने जा रहा है। कई आकलनों के अनुसार भारत को अगले 15 वर्षों में 2000 से अधिक विमानों की आवश्यकता होगी। आज की ऐतिहासिक घोषणा इस बढ़ती मांग को पूरा करने में सहायक होगी। भारत की मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड विजन के तहत एरोस्पेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में अनेक नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। ग्रीनफील्ड और ब्राउनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट्स के लिए ऑटोमेटिक रूप से 100% एफडीआई का प्रावधान रखा गया है। उसी तरह ग्राउंड हैंडलिंग सर्विसेज, मेंटेनेंस, रिपेयर एंड ओवरहॉल यानी एमआरओ में भी 100% एफडीआई की अनुमति दी गई है। भारत पूरे क्षेत्र के लिए एमआरओ का हब बन सकता है। आज सभी ग्लोबल एविएशन कंपनीज भारत में मौजूद है। मैं उन्हें इन अवसरों का पूरा लाभ उठाने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, एयर इंडिया और एयरबस का समझौता भारत फ्रांस स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के लिए भी एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि है। कुछ ही महीनों पहले अक्टूबर 2022 में मैंने वडोदरा में डिफेंस ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट प्रोजेक्ट के शिलान्यास में हिस्सा लिया था। 2.5 बिलियन यूरो के निवेश से बन रहे इस प्रोजेक्ट में भी टाटा और एयरबस की साझेदारी है। मुझे ये जानकर भी खुशी है कि फ्रेंच कंपनी साफरान विमानों के इंजन की सर्विस के लिए भारत में सबसे बड़ी एमआरओ फैसिलिटी स्थापित कर रही है। आज इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर और मल्टीलेटरल सिस्टम की स्थिरता और संतुलन सुनिश्चित करने में भारत फ्रांस भागीदारी प्रत्यक्ष भूमिका निभा रही है। चाहे इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में सुरक्षा और स्थिरता का विषय हो या वैश्विक फूड सिक्योरिटी तथा हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, भारत और फ्रांस साथ मिलकर सकारात्मक योगदान दे रहे हैं। राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो, मुझे विश्वास है कि इस वर्ष हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध और भी नई ऊंचाइयों को छुएंगे। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता के अंतर्गत हमें साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए और अधिक अवसर प्राप्त होंगे। एक बार फिर से आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you, sir. I would now request President of France, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear Prime Minister, dear Narendra, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to see you, even this is just through this VTC, but after our meeting on the sideline of the G20 in Bali and the great discussion we had together. And I want to congratulate you, your ministers present here, and our two CEOs, dear Chandra Sekaran and dear Mr. Fori, for this new success. And thank you very much for offering us the opportunity to celebrate this strategic partnership in the aerospace sector. Once again, this achievement shows that Airbus and all its French partners, including Safran, are fully dedicated to develop new areas of cooperation with India, and we've achieved so much with India. I mean, in a wide range of sectors, from space to cyber, from defense to culture, from health to energy transition, and now we have the historic opportunity to go much further, given the potential of Indian and the Indian people. I fully concur with you, Mr. Prime Minister, dear Narendra, about all the perspectives we have and about the strengths of our partnership. I just would like to add 2 quick points. The first one is that Airbus is contributing to the outstanding development of India, and the new 250 aircrafts, which will be delivered to Air India, will be one more step in this direction. There is a deep commitment in France to provide the state-of-the-art, the most efficient technologies available to India, and to be part of your Made in India strategy. French government has put all my energy for the last 6 years to reinvigorate French industry. And beyond aviation, we are building a new ambition in the sectors of nuclear energy, microchips, space, cyber, biotech, to mention a few of them, and definitely France is clearly a place to invest in and a place for engineers, researchers, and this is why we want to build more with India. And more broadly, the end of the pandemic should lead to more exchanges between our two countries. Students, scientists, artists, businessmen, women, tourists, all are most welcome to France, and I encourage Indians to come and be part of this French-Indian friendship. And I'm very happy to have this type of contract being signed today, but more and more exchange between us. And I want to mention the organization of the Choose France Summit on the 15th of May, a day dedicated to all the business leaders eager to invest in France. And dear Chandra, I know that how much committed you are, and we are very happy to welcome you several times. The second remark I wanted to add is that among the fights we have to face together, clearly we have a lot of regional and multilateral challenges. You mentioned them. And I think this is particularly important in this very year where India has the presidency of the G20. And I want to do my best to make this presidency a success. The French government and French companies are active to propose solutions in order to accelerate the energy transition, to help India to reach the goals recently set in terms of the carbon neutrality. And we showed that our two countries can make a difference, especially, I do remember, Narendra, when together we launched the International Solar Alliance 5 years ago in India. We will also work together on biodiversity, and I praise your policy on plastic use. And we will organize with Costa Rica the next conference on oceans in 2024-2025. And in less than 1 month, the One Forest Summit will be held in Libreville, Gabon. Based on this common ambition, we are working together for the success of India's G20 presidency in a difficult context with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and India, under your leadership, clearly can be the one to mobilize the whole world and help us to address the tremendous issues we have in front of us.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. None of this was possible
till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running
Hello there, you're with NDTV. I'm Maha Siddiqui. First up, the big story that we're tracking at the moment. Income tax officials are carrying out what they call a survey at the BBC Delhi and Mumbai offices. The move comes weeks after a huge controversy over UK national broadcaster's docu-series on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the 2002 Gujarat riots. Now, according to sources, the taxmen were carrying out a survey over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. The phones of some journalists were taken away. That is what sources have in fact confirmed. Tax officials claimed this to be a survey, not a search. Opposition leaders have hit out at the centre and called the action predictable and a sign of panic. However, the BJP came down heavily on the British broadcaster, calling it, and this is what I'm quoting from their leader, the most corrupt organization in the world. The ruling party also attacked Congress, saying that it supports anti-India narrative. BBC has issued a statement saying that they are fully cooperating with the authorities and hope that the situation is resolved soon. Let me now go across to Sohit Mishra for more details. He's standing by outside the BBC office in Mumbai. Sohit, any word that you're picking up now? Are we seeing a wrapping up of the survey? Any indications of that?
Well, as of now, nothing is happening, but once the security becomes a bit more tight, we might come to know if there's a wrap-up that is going to happen. Now, this is the same Windsor Tower where the IT officials are present since 11:30 in the morning, and the survey is continuously going on. But as of now, there has been no clear message or no conversation that is being done, no message that has been sent by the IT officials. But yes, they are present over here, and this is the BBC studio office in Mumbai where the IT surveys are going on since morning. The big question is that when will this end, number one. Number two, what exactly has the IT officials found out in this survey that they did not only in Mumbai but also in Delhi, and what will happen further is the big question that needs to be asked. However, on the other hand, what we can also say is that there's a lot of question regarding the timing of this IT survey that is going on in Mumbai and Delhi at the BBC offices, mainly because we saw that there were BBC documentaries that were recently released. Those were critical to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and what we know is that few weeks later there are IT raids happening at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. In fact, several of the politicians have been tweeting about this. Right now I'm in Mumbai, so if I talk about Mumbai politicians, Uddhav Thackeray said that the survey on BBC's office is unconstitutional. If voices will be raised, then they will sack you. This is to control constitution. This is a trial for bringing slavery under the government. Sanjay Raut, another Shiv Sena leader, said that the timing of the raids on BBC no more suggests but establishes that India is fast losing its democratic image. India's democracy is under siege. Judiciary and journalism are the last surviving bastions. We will fight to the last drop of our blood for Indian democracy. Jai Hind. Now, why are the raising question? As I said, it is because of the timing of the entire IT surveys that are going on, because recently, as we know, that the two-part documentary of Prime Minister Narendra Modi was not even released in India. It was released in the UK, but a lot of people in India wanted to see it. There were links that were shared by the Member of Parliament. We know how much big issue that become, and in fact in Delhi as well as in Mumbai, when students tried to watch it, there were protests that were going on. And few weeks later, because the IT officials reached at these locations, questions are being raised. Now questions are also being raised because if you heard to what the BJP spokesperson said in the morning, calling name-shaming the BBC in general, also raises a lot of question on the timing of the entire survey that is going on. That is why the Editors Guild of India has also tweeted. The EGI said in its tweet that it is deeply concerned about the IT surveys being carried out at the offices of BBC India. It is distressed that by continuing the trend of government, the agency is being used to intimidate and harass news organizations that are critical of ruling establishments. So a lot of replies as well as reactions coming from several people, from politicians to Editor Guild of India, questioning once again the timing of these surveys. However, since morning over here, the officials are present, and very important to see that exactly when will this end. Number two, what is also important to say is that what exactly do these officials find out in the survey, and what exactly were they looking for, and what will be the step further, because we have the visuals of Delhi where when the officials were trying to go in, there was a war of words between the journalists as well as the officials present inside the BBC office and the IT department officials. So a lot of things happened throughout the day. We will be also waiting to see if there is anything that the IT officials share, and what exactly were they looking for, what have they found out in these surveys. Very important to see. Also important to see when does these survey end, which started at 11:30 a.m. at the Kalina office, which is in Mumbai. That started at 11:30 a.m. in the morning, and since then, along with Mumbai police, the IT officials are present inside.
All right, so basically, Sohit, it's almost about 6 hours since this survey in the BBC offices started, both in Delhi and in Mumbai. Sohit, of course, getting us details from Mumbai, the political reactions, as well as the Editors Guild that has come out with a statement now. On the other hand, let's quickly listen in now to what the BJP has said with regards to this survey that is being conducted by the income tax officials.
There are larger questions to be asked to the opposition parties who have not even fulfilled their responsibility of exercising restraint. और ये कहना गलत नहीं है। क्यों ऐसा होता है कि कांग्रेस का हाथ देश विरोधियों के साथ हमेशा? पहला सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी से यह पूछना चाहिए सबको। हम पूछ रहे हैं, जनता पूछ रही है। अगर एक संस्था, कानूनी संस्था अपना कार्य कर रही है और अभी वो कार्रवाई पूरी भी नहीं हुई है, उसका निचोड़, उसका निष्कर्ष बाहर भी नहीं आया है, किस आधार पर कांग्रेस पार्टी, समाजवादी पार्टी, तमाम विपक्षी दल, जो भी देश विरोधी ताकत है, उसके साथ खड़े हो जाते हैं?
All right, let's now quickly take a look at some of the reactions. Many of them have been tweeted by the opposition leaders. Let's start with Akhilesh Yadav, who says, when a government stands for fear and oppression instead of fearlessness, then one should realize the end is near. Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP says, cause and effect of raid on BBC office is quite obvious. The government of India is brazenly hounding those who speak the truth, be it opposition leaders, media, activists or anyone else for that matter. The gloves are off and there is a price one pays for fighting for the truth. Sanjay Raut has come out with a scathing response, in fact saying timing of the raids on BBC is no more suggests but establishes that India is fast losing its democratic image. India's democracy is under siege. Judiciary and journalism are the last surviving bastions. We will fight to the last drop of our blood for Indian democracy. Jai Hind. Some of those reactions coming in from the opposition leaders who've put out their statements via the social media platform Twitter. Meanwhile, you just heard what Gaurav Bharti of the BJP spoke about with regards to the survey that is being conducted in the BBC offices both in Mumbai and in Delhi. The survey, and as the IT officials clarified, not searches have been on since about 10:30, 11 a.m. this morning. So it's almost about 6 hours. What we understand as per the IT officials, they say that this survey is being conducted over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. But the timing of the survey is being clearly questioned and under the scanner here because of the fact that the BBC had come out with a docu-series and a controversial one at that, which had got a very sharp response from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, which had called it a tool of propaganda and said that it reeks of the manner in which the colonial mindset works. This BBC docu-series, which was a two-part series, was blocked for viewing in India, but we saw several students at university campuses across the country wanting to screen that documentary, of the BBC, and some of them successfully screened it on their campus as well. Now, in this backdrop, the survey that is now being conducted is being viewed through the prism of the timing here, though the IT officials say that this is a survey that they are conducting over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities involving the BBC. But the phones of the journalists who were present inside the BBC office premises, we understand that the phones were taken away so that they could not contact during the survey which was being conducted anyone from the outside. Let's move on now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, in an exclusive interview with ANI this morning, spoke about multiple issues like the upcoming Northeast elections, the opposition's attack on the PFI ban and the Hindenburg-Adani row, and more. With the opposition targeting the BJP-led government over the Hindenburg-Adani row, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has said that it will not be appropriate for him to comment on the Supreme Court as the Supreme Court has taken cognizance of the matter, but there is nothing for the BJP to hide or be afraid of, is what Amit Shah said. Listen in.
जहां पर आप ऑपोजिशन की पार्टीज पर परिवारवाद का आरोप लगाते हैं, वहीं कांग्रेस जो है अब आप पर, आपकी पार्टी पर, आप पर नहीं, आपकी पार्टी पर मित्रता का आरोप लगा रही है कि मित्र, बीजेपी के जो मित्र हैं, अडानी जी के बारे में कहा जाता है कि उनको सभी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स मिल रहे हैं और बीजेपी जो है उनका जो डिफेंस है वो इतना नहीं है, इतना स्ट्रांग नहीं है।
अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने केस का संज्ञान लिया है। देश की कैबिनेट के सदस्य नाते जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने किसी मैटर को सीज किया हो, उस वक्त मेरे लिए बोलना ठीक नहीं होगा, परंतु इसमें बीजेपी के लिए कुछ छुपाने को नहीं है और ना किसी बात से डरने की जरूरत है।
Now let's listen in to the Congress's Jairam Ramesh, who spoke in response to that interview.
अडानी के मामले में अगर छिपाने के लिए कुछ नहीं है इनके पास, तो हम पूछना चाहते हैं कि जेपीसी की मांग से क्यों भाग रहे हैं। जेपीसी की मांग से न केवल भाग रहे हैं, पर उसका जिक्र भी करना नहीं देते हैं हमें संसद में, लोकसभा में और राज्यसभा में। और जब कोई राहुल जी ने लोकसभा में, खरगे जी ने राज्यसभा में और कई हमारे वक्ता दोनों सदनों में जब ये मामला उठाया, जेपीसी का मामला, उनको एक्सपंज किया गया।
All right, let's move on now. The markets ended the day higher. Sakshi brings us all the details.
That's right, a day of gains for the markets, with both the benchmark indices gaining nearly 1% in trade. Nifty gaining 158 points, closing at 17,929, and the Sensex gaining 600 points and ending the day at 61,032, above that 61,000 mark. Now, in stock-specific action, we saw FMCG shares gain the most in trade today. We also saw the stock of Adani Enterprises surge 1.9% at close after a set of strong Q3 results. Now, Adani Enterprises reported a consolidated net profit of 820 crores versus a loss of 11.6 crores YOY on a yearly basis. Revenue was up 41%, again on a yearly basis there. And Gautam Adani, chairperson, said of the group that the current market volatility is temporary. He, of course, also quoted several other long-term strategies there, but also assured investors that the current market volatility is temporary. The rupee, although ended flat at above the $82 a mark, and the wholesale inflation figure really caught the eye of investors because remember yesterday, retail inflation witnessed a 3-month uptick. So today, wholesale inflation easing to a 2-year low of 4.73% for the month of January versus 4.95% in December was a big cheer.
With that, we're taking a very quick break. News and updates will continue. Stay with us.
Brought to you by Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Cross the distance between darkness and vision. Teach a generation that has lost all hope. Treat a patient from thousands of miles away. none of this was possible.
Till technology stepped in and made it possible. A selection of the finest stories from across the country where technology comes with a human touch.
Unleash your dreams with Snapdragon in collaboration with NDTV, only on the NDTV network.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadgets.
All right, let's go back to the top story that we're tracking with regards to the survey that has been conducted by the IT officials in the BBC offices in Delhi and in Mumbai. The surveys that started at around 10:30, 11 this morning continue even as we speak. The employees have had to submit their electronic devices to the officials. This is as per procedure, is what the IT department says, so that they are not able to make any statements when this survey is being conducted. What's also being established by the IT officials is a distinction, they are saying, between a survey and searches. They are saying this is not in the realm of searches. They are simply conducting a survey because of alleged irregularities as far as international taxation and transfer pricing is concerned. Meanwhile, the opposition has come out with a scathing response to the survey that has been conducted against the BBC, especially with regards to the timing of it all, considering that it comes weeks after a huge controversy over the BBC's docu-series on Prime Minister Modi. Meanwhile, the BJP, on the other hand, has called, and we heard the Gaurav Bhatia there saying that the BBC is one of the most corrupt, and that he also said that the opposition it supports anti-India narrative. So these are the reactions that have come in from the opposition parties, and as far as the BJP is concerned, considering that there are now allegations that the timing is uncanny here, considering these surveys are being conducted by the IT officials right after the docu-series that was blocked in India, with the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson in fact also calling it a propaganda, one that reeks of a colonial mindset, is what had been said by the Ministry of External Affairs in response to the BBC docu-series that was blocked for viewing in India. But there was controversy around it, considering that several student bodies said that they wanted to screen the docu-series on their campuses, and we did see a couple of institutions and universities where their students gathered and watched the docu-series together in a public screening. The Congress Party Kerala unit also conducted a screening there in Thiruvananthapuram earlier on. Meanwhile, the Editors Guild of India has also come out with a statement saying that this in fact is once again goes to show that the agencies are being used to intimidate and harass press organizations that are critical of the government. Meanwhile, we are getting some updates now. The IT team that is at the BBC offices in Delhi and in Mumbai, sources are saying that some of the journalists are now being allowed to leave the office premises. It's almost around 6 hours since the survey by the IT officials started this morning. None of the officials, none of the employees were allowed to leave the building or the premises while the survey was underway. But now some of the journalists have been allowed to leave the office. So clearly this gives us a sense that possibly the survey is being wrapped up. Remember, Arvind had pointed out, my colleague, some time back, that a survey is conducted during office hours. So it has to be, in most probability, be wrapped up before the office hours of around 6 p.m. is what he had pointed out. So that goes in sync with what we are hearing at the moment, is that some of the journalists at the BBC offices are now being allowed to leave. Remember, their phones, electronic devices, that is laptops and other gadgets, were asked by the IT officials to be kept aside. This while the surveys were being conducted. The IT team has also made it clear that these were surveys and not searches that were being conducted. The sources, in fact, pointing out that the taxmen were carrying out the survey over allegations of international taxation and transfer pricing irregularities. Saurav Shukla is now joining us with more details. Saurav, I understand that some of the employees are now being allowed to leave. Does this mean the survey is being wrapped up today?
Not exactly, Maha.
Okay.
So they are allowing workers and journalists who are there inside since morning. They are allowing those journalists who have allowed them to check their desktop. In fact, they are going to check all the desktops. So they have searched their desktop. In fact, when they asked them to log in, they asked them to open their desktops, and where the search option is, income tax officials, they wrote tax and then searched, and then after searching the desktop, they allowed the journalists or the workers who are there in BBC to leave. The workers, the journalists who want to leave, they've asked them, allowed them to leave. A lot of BBC employees did not come to the work today, and in fact they were advised to work from home. So their system cannot be checked today by income tax officials. So they've also tagged them saying not checked, not vetted. So they might carry this search, might carry this survey. Exactly, that's what income tax is saying. Income tax is asking us to say it as say it survey. So they might carry this survey tomorrow also. We have to wait and watch. But parallelly, they are also questioning officials of Finance Department of BBC. They are transferring data from the finance department. They are asking for balance sheets. They are asking for all the transactional details of last 10 or 11 years, as that sources also indicated that BBC has violated that transfer pricing policy, and they illegally transferred the profit. And BBC was warned also. That's what the sources income tax department is saying. But Maha, the big question is, definitely you can search the finance department or account department. But the big question is, and question will be raised when income tax department officials, when they are searching the system, the desktop of journalists like me and you, then there is a problem. So that is why a lot of opposition leaders, a lot of journalists, a lot of people from the civil society, they are raising questions regarding the press freedom of India. These questions will be asked, though income tax department is saying that their survey is not politically motivated. They have always acted independently. They have warned BBC earlier also regarding their violation of the transfer policy rule. They are indicating too. So as if now few BBC employees are allowed to leave after their system was checked, after their desktop was checked by income tax department. They asked them to open their system, and when in that every desktop, every system, there is a search option. Income tax officials wrote tax and searched, and then after they allowed those BBC officials who were searched by BBC, whose laptops were searched by IT officials, so they are allowed to leave. In fact, but the finance department is still being surveyed by income tax officials. We'll just again zoom in and show where exactly the BBC office is. This is a Hindustan Times building near to Connaught Place, and in this building, 5th and 6th floor are with the BBC, where this income tax survey is on from last 6 hours. Maha.
All right, Saurabh, also this clearly then means that the survey will continue for some more time, considering only a few employees have been asked to leave, whose desktops, as you're saying, have already been gone through by the IT officials. So are we hearing anything, how long this survey is likely to continue?
I have no idea, because I've covered the IT survey on NewsClick and News Laundry as well. So that survey went on till late night. So we don't know. We can't say with income tax and ED they carry out the searches for 24 hours, even more than that. So nothing, because income tax is also not saying anything as of now. So we are waiting when they come out, and BBC is also very tight-lipped. They have just issued a statement. You were reading that statement to our viewers also some time back, that they are cooperating and hopefully they'll resolve it soon. Maha.
All right. Saurabh Shukla getting us all those details there, saying that some of the employees have been allowed to leave. This after their desktop has been scanned by the IT officials using the word tax on the desktop, searching rather for the word tax. The Income Tax Department has checked the desktops of the journalists who are now being allowed to leave. But the survey carries on in both the Mumbai as well as in the Delhi offices of the BBC.